violence we saw in the Trump administration. That is actually about holding our leaders more accountable earlier on. If we had
other people were involved. But at the time, NYPD Chief of Detectives Joseph Borelli had preferred to keep it simple.
Everything indicates he was acting alone.
Detective Napoli.
When Borelli, oh, it's a long gunman. Here's the guy. We got him. Send him to trial, convict him, send him to jail. Case over.
Lone gunman. Cut and dry. No need to open a can of worms. In a book about the bombing and its investigation, a team of Newsday reporters gave this take on Detective Borelli's approach. There hadn't been any political assassinations in New York in more than a decade, and Borelli didn't want one on his watch. But now, 4 years later, the not-so-lone gunman, El Said Nosser, is descending on Manhattan in a government helicopter. He's to be tried as a member of multiple conspiracies. And it is a stunning development. The authorities are admitting that the initial investigation had gotten it wrong, that from the beginning, Nosser had been embedded in a network of jihadists, and still was. From his prison cell, he'd helped call the shots on the Landmarks plot. How did they get it so wrong? Well, here's another mistake. They ignored crucial evidence that they had literally held in their hands. Said Nosser was arrested in 1990. He left a treasure trove of clues about his terror cell and its ambitions.
The police had gone to his home in Jersey City. They had seized a bunch of boxes of evidence from his house.
47 boxes of documents, training manuals, and cassette tapes of the blind sheikh exhorting his faithful to mount the steeds of war against the West.
Well, we must be terrorists, and we must terrorize the enemy of Islam, and frighten them, and bother them, and shake the ground beneath their feet.
but it was a giant pile of material, mostly in Arabic, and agents Antisev and Napoli were given only a few days to sift through it.
I mean, yeah, we saw it, but it was in Arabic. John and I couldn't read or understand Arabic, so it was just Arabic writing for us.
And then the boxes were whisked away to the offices of the Manhattan DA. The DA had jurisdiction in the Kahana case.
You can't overstate the importance of the information in those boxes of evidence collected in connection with the no-sale trial. But you want to be looking at that the moment it happened, and that didn't happen.
And so, no lessons were learned. The boxes sat largely untouched for years until the Landmarks plot made it obvious something big was going on. That's when the DA assigned an Arabic-speaking investigator to reopen the boxes and go through them.
He was looking through the notations in one of his file notebooks. He found like a little poem written in pencil in Arabic about we will show them, something to the effect of, we will show them taking down the tall buildings of which they are so proud.
Talked about was attacking America, bringing war to the United States, and toppling its tallest towers.
One box had maps of the World Trade Center. Another contained a manual on storming an airplane. It was still in fragments, but the idea for the 9/11 attacks was there in those boxes.
Haven't started yet.
Oh dear.
Another year for another year.
Looks like yellow is
You're right. There's a lot of yellow up there.
Well, I mean, like, total with all the funds, all the other things, just the property tax.
No room. I think so. It shows both. Yeah.
The regular meeting of the St. Joseph County Council, September 14th, 2021 is now called to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for the invocation, which will be given by Lucas Miles of Influence Church in Granger.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with justice.
Lord, we come before you in many ways a people divided. Strife abounds in virtually every area of society, even in defining with agreement the definitions of morality, liberty, and freedoms. We need your hand upon this nation to draw us back to unity. One nation, under God, indivisible. It's with this cause, Lord, that we come before you today regarding this region and these humble servants gathered here today. I pray that you would endow them with divine wisdom for leading us, that they would be able to act independently of both news and politic in order to lead well on behalf of the people in service to the people. Well, Lord, we don't have authority over the entire nation. We do claim your God-given authority within our city, Lord, that you would unite these men and women represented here in godly governance with integrity, honesty, and transparency before you. I pray blessings over their lives, businesses, and family, that you would bless them for their service, give them favor, and enlarge their territory in you. We pray for the needs of our city. We pray for the homeless. We pray for those affected by mental illness and illness in general, and all those affected by tragedy. We also pray for our first responders, our mayor, and all of our city's servants. Lord, most of all, we say thank you for all that you've given us, for graciously rewarding us with life and the opportunity to pursue happiness and fulfillment on this earth. It's in your name, Lord, that we pray all of these things. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. Next are petitions, communications, and miscellaneous matters. May I have a motion to approve the minutes from the August 10th, 2021 public hearing.
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. The minutes from the August 10th, 2021 public hearing are approved. Next, we have a report from the county auditor.
No report, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Hammond. Report from county commissioners. No report. Report from any council special committees. Hearing none. Next on the agenda, first readings. Clerk, will you please read bill number 105-21?
A resolution of the St. Joseph County Council declaring a portion of St. Joseph County an economic revitalization area pursuant to Indiana Code 6-1.1-12.1-1. Petitioner Leidig Systems, Inc.
Thank you. Bill number 105-21 is assigned to the Land Use Planning Committee.
Bill 106-21, an ordinance of the St. Joseph County Council amending Title 15, Chapter 154, Land Usage of the St. Joseph County Code to add child home care as a permitted use in the A Agricultural District and revise a sign regulation. Petitioner, St. Joseph County Area Plan Commission.
Bill number 106-21 is assigned to the Land Use Planning Committee. That concludes first readings for this evening. Next on the agenda, we have first reading and public hearing on the New Carlisle Library, the Airport Authority, Solid Waste Management, and the St. Joseph County 2022 budget. Clerk, will you please read bill number 96-21?
96-21, 2022 budget submitted by New Carlisle Library.
Petitioner?
Yes, this is Stephanie Murphy from New Carlisle Olive Township Public Library, 408 South Bray Street in New Carlisle. This is a standard operating budget and debt service budget for us, with additional funds budgeted for a rainy day of $250,000 for HVAC repair and improvements. I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from council for the petitioner? Hearing none, we'll open a public hearing on bill 96-21. Does anyone wish to speak in favor of this bill?
On our first read.
Is there anyone that wishes to speak in opposition of the bill? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing on 96-21. Do I hear a motion?
Move for approval.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Motion to pass bill number 96-21 was made by Councilwoman Hess. It was seconded by Councilman Nolan. Any further comments from any council member on this bill? Hearing none, clerk, will you please take the roll?
Mr. Krasinski,
Yes.
Mr. Nolan,
Yes.
Mr. File,
Aye.
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Mr. Taloyan,
Yes.
Mr. Catanzarite,
Yes.
Mr. Kennerecki,
Yes.
Mr. Root, Mr. Morton.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Thank you. Thank you. Let the record show that bill number 96-21 was passed by a vote of 9-0. Clerk, will you please read the next bill? Bill number 100-21.
Ordinance for appropriations and tax rates, budget form 4, solid waste.
Petitioner?
Good evening. Randy Sheevish, Executive Director, Solid Waste Management District, with offices located at 828 Kerr Street in South Bend. Back in August, when we met to discuss the budget proposal, afterwards, our board met. There were 3 changes made to it. One was the addition of the $25,000 that was discussed at that meeting for billing services. Another was to put in the employee raises, and then also to move money or increase the line item amount for building maintenance in anticipation of roof replacement and HVAC units that have to be replaced. This makes our budget now a zero change budget from the current year. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Any questions from council for Mr. Sheevish? Thank you. Hearing none, we'll open the public hearing on bill number 100-21. Does anyone wish to speak in favor of this bill? Does anyone wish to speak in opposition of the bill? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing on Bill 121. We have a motion on the bill.
Move for approval.
Second.
Motion to pass Bill number 100-21 was made by Councilman Canaricki. It was seconded by Councilwoman Hess. Any further comments from any council member on Bill 121? Hearing none, clerk, will you please take the roll?
Mr. Nolan,
Yes.
Mr. File,
Aye.
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Mr. Tolan,
Yes.
Mr. Catanzarite,
Yes.
Mr. Canarecki,
Yes.
Mr. Root,
Yes.
Mr. Krasinski,
Yes.
Mr. Morton.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Thank you. Let the record show that Bill number 100-21 was passed by a vote of 9-0. Clerk, will you please read the next bill, Bill number 101-21?
101-21, an ordinance for appropriations and tax rates for budget form 4 Airport Authority.
Petitioner?
Good evening. Mike Daigle, CEO and Executive Director, South Bend International Airport. Business address 4477 Progress Drive. As we move forward toward continuing to emerge from this COVID pandemic, we are continuing to focus on catching up on items that we deferred through last year. There was significant impact to the travel across the country, but also here in South Bend. At one point in April of 2020, we were at our lowest level of passenger traffic with about 2,900 passengers through the door. For reference, in February, 2 months earlier, we had 69,000 passengers through the door. So the question remains, how has traffic rebounded? It's an integral part of how we do our budget. When I look at the last couple months, we're averaging between 59 and 60,000 passengers. So we are anticipating the 2022 year to look like financially. Our budget, as always, is divided into two different categories with operating and non-operating expenses. The total expense budget for 2022 is $43,700,000. This is an increase of about 5.1% above 2021. But you may recall that last year we actually reduced the budget by over 7%. So our proposed expense budget for 2022 is still below what we had in 2020 of $44.9 million. So I will stop there and attempt to answer any questions that you may have for me.
Any questions from council for the petitioner? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We will open the public hearing on Bill number 101-21. Does anyone wish to speak in favor of this bill? Does anyone wish to speak in opposition of the bill? Hearing none, the public hearing is now closed. Do I hear a motion on Bill 101-21?
For approval. Second.
Motion to pass Bill number 101-21 was made by Councilman Nolan. It was seconded by Councilman Catanzarite. Any further comments from any council member on 101-21? Hearing none, clerk, will you please take the roll?
Mr. File,
Aye.
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Mr. Tolan,
Yes.
Mr. Catanzarite,
Yes.
Mr. Canarecki,
Yes.
Mr. Root,
Yes.
Mr. Krasinski,
Yes.
Mr. Nolan,
Yes.
Mr. Morton.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Let the record show that Bill number 101 was passed by a vote of 9-0. Clerk, will you please read the next bill? Bill number 102-21.
102-21 ordinance for appropriations and tax rates, budget form 4, Sanchez County, Indiana.
Petitioner?
Mike Hammond, St. Joseph County Auditor with offices on the second floor of this building. We went through many meetings with department heads. We made several meetings with regard to the budget group. As it stands, this is still an unfinished product. We have a ways to go. But I'd like to report that if, all things being equal, at this juncture, we're at $74.6 million. That's 4% over where we were a year ago. But we have to remember that we had a lot of pent up needs. We had a lot of folks that went without salary increases for a long time. And now we're paying the piper. We got some folks in some departments that are losing people in some pretty large numbers. And we need to stop the hemorrhaging and we need to take care of that sort of thing. So this is a very financially stable budget. It is sustainable. And within years. You know, we don't forget also, we just got done with we're getting through the fiscal cliff, and fiscal cliff hit, then COVID hit. So we're making our way back. And in terms of projected revenues, we're going to be right side up here really quickly. So I think I want to commend you all on the incredibly hard work and the job that you did. It's very impressive.
Thank you. Any questions from council for the auditor? Hearing none, we'll open a public hearing on bill number 10221. Does anyone wish to speak in favor of this bill? Does anyone wish to speak in opposition of the bill? Hearing none, public hearing is now closed. Do I hear a motion on 10221?
Move for approval.
Do we hear a second? Motion to approve bill number 10221 was made by Councilman Nolan. It was seconded by Councilwoman Hess. Any further comments from any council member on this bill? Hearing none, clerk, will you please take the roll?
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Mr. Tloyan,
Yes.
Mr. Catanzarite,
Yes.
Mr. Kennerecki,
Yes.
Mr. Root,
Yes.
Mr. Krasinski,
Yes.
Mr. Nolan,
Yes.
Mr. File,
Aye.
Mr. Morton.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Thank you. Let the record show that bill number 102-21 was passed by a vote of 9-0. Clerk, will you please read the next bill on the agenda, bill 10321.
An ordinance establishing salaries and fixing the number of employees of Sanchez County, Indiana for the year 2022.
Petitioner?
I have to say that my remarks that I made in the previous bill can be applied to this bill here.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from council for Mr. Hammond? Hearing none, we'll open a public hearing on bill 10321. Does anyone wish to speak in favor of this bill? Does anyone wish to speak in opposition of the bill? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing on 10321. May I have a motion on the bill?
For approval.
Do we hear a second?
Second.
A motion to pass bill 10321 was made by Councilman Nolan. It was seconded by Councilman Kennerecki. Any further comments from council on this bill? Hearing none, clerk, will you please take the roll?
Mr. Tloyan.
Yes.
Mr. Catanzarite,
Yes.
Mr. Kennerecki,
Yes.
Mr. Root,
Yes.
Mr. Krasinski,
Yes.
Mr. Nolan,
Yes.
Mr. File,
Aye.
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Mr. Morton.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Thank you. Let the record show that bill number 10321 was passed by a vote of 9-0. Next, we have resolutions. Clerk, will you please read bill number 9721?
A resolution of the Sanchez County Council approving the budget submitted by Liberty Township.
Petitioner?
Good evening. I'm Sue Dittmar. I'm the Liberty Township trustee. I'm here this evening to ask for your adoption of our proposed budget. It is necessary for me to do this because our entire township board is made up of firemen. There are some considerable increases this year in our budget because it has become necessary for us to go from a volunteer service to a paid service for our ambulance department. That's about all. I will try to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions from council?
Mr. President, let's remind you that this is different than the last 5 bills that were voted on previously. This is actually a final adoption when you vote this evening on these 4 funds for Liberty Township, and we'll be asking you to sign if you do vote in the affirmative this evening.
Thank you very much.
Tom McCormick, Board President for Liberty Township. Again, just reiterating what our trustee had requested. At the same time, I know our board would spend a lot of time researching the numbers at the same time, making sure in the best interest of Liberty Township citizens. And at the same time, whilst disheartening that we can't approve our own budget, we also realize the importance of the separation from our firefighters being able to approve our own township budget. So definitely that's why we're here in front of you tonight. Thank you.
Any questions from council? Hearing none, we'll open a public hearing on Bill 9721. Does anyone wish to speak in favor of this bill? Does anyone wish to speak in opposition of the bill? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing on 9721. May I have a motion on the bill?
Move for approval.
We're here a second.
Second.
Motion to pass bill number 9721 was made by Councilwoman Hess. It was seconded by Councilman Nolan. Any further council discussion on this bill? Hearing none, clerk, will you please take the roll?
Mr. Tanzarek,
Yes.
Mr. Kennerecki,
Yes.
Mr. Root,
Yes.
Mr. Krasinski,
Yes.
Mr. Nolan,
Yes.
Mr. File,
Aye.
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Mr. Taloyan,
Yes.
Mr. Morton.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Thank you. Let the record show that bill number 9721 was passed by a vote of 9-0. Clerk, will you please read the next bill, bill number 7721?
Resolution of the St. Joseph County Council approving a revised interlocal agreement for the operations of a consolidated public answering point Psap in St. Joseph County, Indiana, replacing the interlocal agreement adopted by bill number 4114, petitioner Peter J. Augustino.
Good evening, council. Peter J. Augustino.
Mr. Krasinski, committee report, please, sir.
President Morton, this comes to the council with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you very much. Mr. Augustino.
I apologize for my jackrabbit start. Peter J. Augustino, attorney at law with offices at 131 South Taylor Street, South Bend, Indiana. The current version that you have before you of this interlocal agreement has gone a number of amendments, and I'll just quickly highlight those for you. On page 2, under section 3, there's an indication that there's an agreement, and this is an agreement plan to go forward with the city of South Bend and the city of Mishawaka, that there'll be an amendment to Ordinance 7913, which created the Psap Consortium to allow council representation on that in meetings with both presidents of South Bend and Mishawaka city councils. There is expressed interest in having that. I know in talking with some of you, there's been expressed interest in that as well. So that is part of this agreement. The other major changes deal with the process of using this interlocal agreement as backup funding in the event that you adopt Resolution 9821, which is next, which is the use of local income tax funding to finance the operation of the Psap Center. And this agreement is intended to provide the backup funding while preserving cash reserves at 20% going forward. And there's a provision in here in the event that excess money comes in from lit funding, that will first go to make sure we have sufficient cash reserves at the 20% level. Then we'll retire debt. And then if there's any money left after that, it'll get reallocated back to the units in the same proportion that it came in. Those are the major changes. Neither South Bend nor Mishawaka has actually acted on this yet. I think in part, they're waiting to see what happens with 9821. Assuming if that were to get passed tonight and you adopt this interlocal in the form as amended, then it would go to South Bend and Mishawaka for action. If they adopt it as presented, and if it's approved tonight, then we're done. You'll have to sign off on it. If they want to make changes after your approval, then I'd have to come back here with an amended agreement. Any questions?
Any questions from council?
Mr. Morton.
Mr. Krasinski?
Mr. Augustino, the makeup of the board, is that just one representative for the council or other councils? Or is that two or that hasn't been decided?
That has not been decided, and that would be decided by the St. Joseph County Council, since that comes from an ordinance that was passed by the county council. It's either going to be one or two, and I don't think there's a strong feeling that I've seen from Mishawaka or South Bend with respect to that. But that's a choice that you'll make. That particular bill is back in committee. So you're not voting on that tonight.
Any other questions from council?
Mr. President.
Mr. Ricky?
Thank you. Mr. Augustino, would we want to amend this to make it contingent on South Bend and or Mishawaka adopting the same?
I think you can add that to the motion approving it. I think you can make I think whatever motion is made today in connection with approving this needs to reflect, number one, that the version that you have now is amended from what was originally presented. And number two, you can make it conditioned, its effect conditional on Mishawaka and South Bend also adopting the same version as you're adopting tonight.
Thank you.
Mr. Morton.
Mr. Krasinski?
Peter, is my understanding that all three parties have to vote on this?
Yes.
And if it's 2-1, what happens?
Well, they're going to have a third man out. So but we've done a lot of work behind the scenes, as you know, a lot of you, Mr. Krasinski, you've been in a lot of those committee meetings behind working with different people.
Careful how you say that.
That's true. We did not have a majority present. We did not violate any open door laws. Working groups.
Any other questions from council? Mr. Nolan?
Just, I guess, kind of a procedure question is, if at least two of the entities have to approve this, what, I don't understand the recommendation to have go for this pending South Bend and Mishawaka's approval. If we would approve this or not tonight, it makes no difference what they do. It doesn't go anywhere if one of the others doesn't approve it, right? So what, I guess what you're thinking behind that?
I think you can get to the same finish line two different ways. So you can make it conditional, or you can approve it. And if the other two come back to you with a different form, then you're going to be approving an amended form or not. So they're different. I think either way can work.
Without the conditions, with or without the conditions?
Yes, because if you adopt this tonight without conditions, other than reflecting that it's amended, and South Bend or Mishawaka does not, then I'm going to be dealing with coming back to you with an amended agreement.
But if we approve it without that caveat and they don't approve it, they're at exactly the same place, right?
Correct.
Any other questions, Mr. Augustino? Hearing none, we'll open a public hearing on Bill 7721. Does anyone wish to speak in favor of this bill? Does anyone wish to speak in opposition of the bill? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing on 7721. Do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion for approval as amended.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Motion to pass bill number 7721 as amended. It's made by Councilman Nolan. It was seconded by Councilwoman Hess. Any further council discussion on 7721? Hearing none, clerk, will you please take the roll?
Mr. Kenricky,
Yes.
Mr. Root,
Yes.
Mr. Krasinski,
Yes.
Mr. Nolan,
Yes.
Mr. File,
Aye.
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Mr. Taloyan,
Yes.
Mr. Catanzarite,
Yes.
Mr. Morton.
Yes,
Motion carries 9-0.
thank you. Let the record show that bill number 7721 as amended was passed by a vote of 9-0. Clerk, will you please read the next bill, bill number 9821?
9821, a resolution to adopt Sanchez County Income Tax Council Ordinance number 2021-01.
Petitioner?
You only get to bill us once tonight.
Join me.
Please
I
join
think
him.
the counselor was attempting to leave the room.
I'm always up for a fight.
Mr. President, as you know, the Mishawaka City Council took action a couple weeks ago. They took the first action of the County Income Tax Council to revise the income taxes. And they have sent you their notice, and the county auditor has sent notice to all the other members of the Income Tax Council, asking for you to take a similar action. You have advertised with this resolution that is in front of you this evening to take the same exact action, and it is summarized such. Pete can give you the legalese, but I'll give you the common sense summary, and that is that every single taxpayer in the county pays 1.775% income tax. There is no change to that income tax proposed. There's no increase and there's no decrease to that income tax proposed. It will merely be changed so that the slices of that 1.75% will be reassigned 14 basis points, which is a magical way of saying 0.14%, would be moved from the portion that currently is used for the expenditure rate, a portion that is shared among some of the operating units in this county, including towns and cities and townships and libraries and airports. And that 14 basis points will be moved from that slice to a slice dedicated here on out for the Psap, the public safety answering point that we just took action on in the previous bill. This bill in front of you would take the same exact action that Mishawaka asked to be taken. And this cannot happen unless at least two of the large three units take the same exact action. Pete, do you want to weigh in on any of that?
Not on that point.
Okay. Questions on the specifics of the numbers portion, then I'll get out of Pete's way on the legal.
Any questions?
Steve, you mentioned all the entities except for schools. Are schools impacted by this shift of slices?
No, not at all. Schools do not receive the expenditure rate, therefore they would not receive less of the expenditure rate.
The only thing I want to add, well, two things. First, I want to commend Steve Dalton because he's done a heck of a job in this process of keeping us informed, working through a number of scenarios on how this plays out. And I think the clarity of information that he presented made it easier to process this for all of us. So I want to commend Steve for his hard work on that. I also want to acknowledge that I do represent a lot of townships in St. Joseph County. And what goes hand in hand with this tonight, I believe, is a commitment from this council to make contributions back to the entities that are losing money in proportion, in some proportion of what they're losing. And I think the plan has been 50% next year, 37.5% the following year, and 25% after that to help transition the units. And while that's not reflected in the resolution that you're adopting tonight, I think it is important for the township members that are here and the people that are listening in to hear something from this council, whatever form it takes, that commitment is still there. I think that's important to the process. And I'll be glad to answer any other questions relating to this that you may have.
Any questions from council? Thank you. We'll open a public hearing on Bill 9821. Does anyone wish to speak in favor of this bill? Does anyone wish to speak in opposition of the bill? Hearing none, the public hearing is now closed. Do I hear a motion on 9821?
Move for approval.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Motion to pass bill number 9821 was made by Councilwoman Hess and seconded by Councilman Catanzarite. Any further council discussion on 9821? Mr. Catanzarite?
I had a question maybe posed to ourselves as to what Mr. Augustino was alluding to about us doing the revenue sharing component for the next 3 years to the townships that are impacted by this. Maybe we've talked about this and we've had a lot of discussions lately about budget, so maybe somebody can remind me. Had we approached the other 2 income tax councils, whether or not they would also be willing to help contribute some of their proceeds to help offset the losses by those units of government?
My understanding is yes, but Mr. Augustino, you want to elaborate?
Yes, but and I think specifically in connection with Mishawaka Library, they have a separate arrangement set with the city of Mishawaka.
So they're planning on helping out Mishawaka Penn Library
Yes.
District? Okay.
Yep. Oh.
How about the city of South Bend? Do you have any kind of information on that?
No, they're not contributing to this because the pass-through, and Steve, correct me, but most of the pass-through and the way this income works is through the county.
City has less to offer.
Well, the city is going to lose, they're at a break-even point. When you look at the numbers caused by the shift here, the biggest saving component comes to the county.
Okay, thank you.
It's true.
Any other questions or comments?
That was accurate. Yes.
No, kind of on the question, I was thinking about making an amendment. I don't think we actually want to attach it to this, but to Pete's point, yes, I myself have made commitments that I'm absolutely in favor of doing that. In fact, I think St. Joseph County should work towards that plan with all of the unincorporated entities, and that first payment should happen in 2021.
It could be procedurally handled in the form of an additional appropriation at any point in time this year. The auditor could process that to you for your next committee.
Any other?
As a way of kind of showing
Right.
that our support, if
Right.
you would be willing to take just a voice vote, that if we're interested in doing that as a council, I think it would go a long way towards easing some potential hard feelings. Yeah, we have a motion on the floor, so I don't think that's appropriate.
I would hesitate to add anything to this specific resolution. It comes to us as a template from the state, and I'm cautious about changing their template and causing some type of heresy claim.
Very specifically not asking to add anything to this.
Yes. Yeah, let's not do that.
Nothing to do with voting on this bill.
So can we do a voice vote, Mr. Triple, on Mr. Nolan's comments? Okay, right. That's what I meant. Okay. Any other comments on 9821? Clerk, will you please take the roll?
Mr. Root,
Yes.
Mr. Krasinski,
Yes.
Mr. Nolan,
Yes.
Mr. File,
Aye.
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Mr. Toloyan,
Yes.
Mr. Catanzarite,
Yes.
Mr. Kennerecki,
Yes.
Mr. Morton.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Sure that bill number 9821 was passed by a vote of 9-0. Now we'll take a voice vote to show our commitment to help the townships out. And I believe Mr. Nolan suggested to even try to make a payment yet here still in 2021. Clerk, will you please take the roll on that?
Thought you're gonna do a voice vote.
Oh, well, voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. 9-0. Next on the agenda are salary amendments. Clerk, will you please read bill number 8821?
8821, an ordinance amending ordinance 7620, the same being an ordinance establishing salaries and fixing the number of employees of St. Joseph County for the year 2021. Petitioner Health Department.
Mr. Krasinski, committee report, please, sir.
President Morton, this comes to the council with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you very much. Petitioner?
Good evening, Amy Rupi, Administrator for the Department of Health, offices on the 8th and 9th floor of the County City Building. And before you is an appropriation request with salary ordinances attached for our immunization coag grant that we received from the Indiana Department of Health.
Any questions from council for the petitioner? Hearing none, we'll open a public hearing on bill 8821. Does anyone wish to speak in favor of this bill? Does anyone wish to speak in opposition of the bill? Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing on 8821. May I have a motion?
Move for approval.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Motion to pass bill number 8821 was made by Councilwoman Hess. It was seconded by Councilman Canna-Ricky. Any further council discussion on this bill? Hearing none, clerk, will you please take the roll?
Mr. Krasinski,
Yes.
Mr. Nolan,
Yes.
Mr. File,
Aye.
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Mr. Taloyan,
Yes.
Mr. Catanzaro,
Yes.
Mr. Cannarecki,
Yes.
Mr. Root, Mr. Morton.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Let the record show that bill number 88-21 was passed by a vote of 9-0. Clerk, will you please read the next bill, bill number 8921?
An ordinance amending ordinance 7620, the same being an ordinance establishing salaries and fixing the number of employees of St. Joseph County for the year 2021, petitioner probate court.
Mr. Krasinski, committee report, please, sir.
President Morton, this comes to the council with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you very much. Petitioner?
Yes, Cheryl Rush, Controller at St. Joseph Probate Court, 1000 South Michigan Street. This is the IODC grant for community corrections. This year for the salaries, we will be following the probation officer's salary schedule. The balance will be paid from probation user fees, which can fully fund it and maintain it.
Thank you. Any questions from council for the petitioner? Hearing none, we'll open the public hearing on bill 8921. Does anyone wish to speak in favor of this bill? Does anyone wish to speak in opposition of the bill? Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing on 8921. May I have a motion on the bill?
For approval.
Do I hear a second? Motion to pass bill number 8921 was made by Councilman Nolan. It was seconded by Councilwoman Hess. Any further council discussion on this bill? Hearing none, clerk, will you please take the roll?
Mr. Nolan,
Yes.
Mr. File,
Aye.
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Mr. Taloyan,
Yes.
Mr. Catanzaro,
Yes.
Mr. Cannarecki,
Yes.
Mr. Root, Mr. Krasinski,
Yes.
Mr. Morton.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Let the record show that bill number 8921 was passed by a vote of 9-0. Clerk, will you please read the next bill, bill number 9121?
An ordinance amending ordinance 7620, the same being an ordinance establishing salaries and fixing the number of employees of St. Joseph County for the year 2021, petitioner probate court.
Mr. Krasinski, committee report, please, sir.
President Morton, this comes to us with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you very much. Petitioner?
Again, Cheryl Rush, Controller, St. Joseph Probate Court, 1000 South Michigan Street. This appropriation is for the Bridge Link Program Supervisor to help us maintain the program for the balance of the year. And then this position is fully funded and maintained by the rental income for 2022.
Thank you. Any questions from council for the petitioner? Hearing none, I'll open a public hearing on bill 9121. Does anyone wish to speak in favor of this bill? Does anyone wish to speak in opposition of the bill? Hearing none, the public hearing is now closed. Do I hear a motion on 9121?
Move for approval.
Do I hear a second? Motion to pass bill number 9121 was made by Councilwoman Hess, seconded by Councilman Nolan. Any further council discussion on 9121? Hearing none, clerk, will you please take the roll?
Mr. File,
Aye.
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Mr. Taloyan,
Yes.
Mr. Catanzaro,
Yes.
Mr. Cannarecki,
Yes.
Mr. Root, Mr. Krasinski,
Yes.
Mr. Nolan,
Yes.
Mr. Morton.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Let the record show that bill number 9121 was passed by a vote of 9-0. Clerk, will you please read the next bill on the agenda, bill 9221?
An ordinance amending ordinance 7620, the same being an ordinance establishing salaries and fixing the number of employees of St. Joseph County for the year 2021, petitioner probate court.
Mr. Krasinski, committee report, please, sir.
President Morton, this comes to the council with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you very much. Petitioner?
Again, Cheryl Rush, Controller, St. Joseph Probate Court, 1000 South Michigan Street. These appropriations are from probation user fees to help us to pay the balance for the community corrections, to pay the probation officer salaries.
Thank you. Any questions from any council member for the petitioner? Hearing none, we'll open a public hearing on bill 9221. Does anyone wish to speak in favor of this bill? Does anyone wish to speak in opposition to the bill? Hearing on the public hearing is now closed. Do I hear a motion on 9221?
For approval.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Motion to pass bill number 9221 was made by Councilman Nolan. It was seconded by Councilwoman Hess. Third was Councilman Canaricki. Any further comments from any council member on this bill? Hearing none, clerk, will you please take the roll?
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Mr. Tloyan.
Yes.
Mr. Catanzarite,
Yes.
Mr. Cannarecki,
Yes.
Mr. Root, Mr. Krasinski,
Yes.
Mr. Nolan,
Yes.
Mr. File,
Aye.
Mr. Morton.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Thank you. Let the record show that bill number 9221 was passed by a vote of 9-0. Clerk, will you please read the next bill, bill number 9021?
An ordinance amending ordinance 7620, the same being an ordinance establishing salaries and fixing the number of employees of St. Joseph County for the year 2021. Petitioner commissioners.
Councilwoman Hess, committee report, please.
Mr. President, Bill number 9021 comes to the full council with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you very much. Petitioner?
Good evening, Kim Karkowitz, Human Resource Director, St. Joseph County, offices on the 7th floor of this building. In this request, this is for a training coordinator for our implementation of the ERP system. This training coordinator is going to train all staff on the different programs and help our Train the Trainer program. With the ERP, it's very important that we give them the training from the start, or all of the work and effort that we've done to get this started is futile. So I do appreciate your consideration.
Thank you very much. Any questions from council for the petitioner? Hearing none, we'll open the public hearing on bill 9021. Does anyone wish to speak in favor of this bill? Does anyone wish to speak in opposition of the bill? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing on 9021. Do I hear a motion?
Move for approval.
Do I hear a second? Motion to pass bill number 9021 was made by Councilwoman Hess and was seconded by Councilman Nolan. Any further council discussion on this bill? Hearing none, clerk, will you please take the roll?
Mr. Tloyan,
Yes.
Mr. Catanzarite,
Yes.
Mr. Cannarecki,
Yes.
Mr. Root, Mr. Krasinski,
Yes.
Mr. Nolan,
Yes.
Mr. File,
Aye.
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Mr. Morton.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Thank you, sir. Let the record show that bill number 9021 was passed by a vote of 9-0. Clerk, will you please read the next bill on the agenda, bill number 10421?
An ordinance amending ordinance 7620, the same being an ordinance establishing salaries and fixing the number of employees of St. Joseph County for the year 2021. Petitioner, prosecutor.
Petitioner?
Thank you. This is a continuation, I guess that's the best word I can think of last month, where you temporarily approved it. But a couple of you wanted to get further information. I actually sent it, but when I looked at the hard copy of what I sent, it came out kind of garbled. So Bobby Kay and I met yesterday. I gave him clean copies of the information he had requested. I think I satisfied him giving him that information. This is a request to have the salaries of the prosecutors here in St. Joseph County no longer be the lowest paid in the state of Indiana and be somewhat in the middle of what the rest of the counties in the state pay. It would only be for the remaining months of this year. I know that there's a budget cycle that you guys are going through and reviewing. There would be no new money asked for because of the losses that we have had, which, by the way, I have 22 deputy prosecutors. In the last 9 months, I've lost 11 of them, 9 of them because they went to higher paying jobs within government, either surrounding prosecutors' offices, the city attorney for the city of South Bend, and the YWCA. All of them got paid more than what the deputies are being paid. And I would ask you then to approve it for the remaining part of this year. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Any questions from council for the petitioner?
Mr. Morton.
Mr. Krasinski?
Mr. Cutter was correct. We did meet yesterday and I did get all the information finally. And Ken, I do apologize for my actions probably last month if I got a little excited. But after looking at the paper that I had in hand, you saw why I got a little excited because I didn't think we had all the information. But sitting down with Mr. Cotter yesterday, he did explain everything to me, and I'm satisfied, and I appreciate your cooperation, Ken, and taking the time. And I will vote to move this forward.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions or comments from council? Thank you very much. We'll now open the public hearing on bill number 10421. Does anyone wish to speak in favor of this bill? Does anyone wish to speak in opposition of the bill? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing on 10421. Do I hear a motion?
Motion for approval.
Do I hear- Motion to pass bill number 104-21 was made by Councilman Krasinski. It was seconded by Councilman Nolan. Any further council discussion on 10421? Hearing none, clerk, will you please take the roll?
Mr. Catanzarite,
Yes.
Mr. Kennerecki,
Yes.
Mr. Root, Mr. Krasinski,
Yes.
Mr. Nolan,
Yes.
Mr. File,
Aye.
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Mr. Taloyan,
Yes.
Mr. Morton.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Thank you. Let the record show that bill number 104-21 was passed by a vote of 9-0. Next, we have public hearing and public comments on fiscal matters. All financial issues were heard and discussed at our August 24th, 2021 committee meeting. Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor of any financial issue on tonight's agenda? Is there anyone that wishes to speak in opposition of any financial issue on tonight's agenda? Hearing none, public comment is now closed. Clerk, will you please read bill number 8721?
8721, an ordinance appropriating and transferring monies for the purposes herein specified for the several departments herein listed of Sanchez County government.
We have a motion on 8721.
Approval. Second.
Motion to pass bill number 8721 was made by Councilman Kanaricki. It was seconded by Councilman Catanzarite. Any further council discussion on this bill? Hearing none, clerk, will you please take the roll?
Mr. Kennerecki,
Yes.
Mr. Root, Mr. Krasinski,
Yes.
Mr. Nolan,
Yes.
Mr. File,
Aye.
Ms. Hess, Mr. Taloyan,
Yes.
Mr. Catanzarite,
Yes.
Mr. Morton.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Thank you. Let the record show that bill number 8721 was passed by a vote of 9-0. Clerk, will you please read the next bill, bill number 9521?
9521, an ordinance appropriating monies for the purposes herein specified for the several departments herein listed of Sanchez County government for the American Rescue Plan Fund 8950.
Ms. Hess, committee report, please.
Mr. President, bill number 9521 comes to the full council with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you. Petitioner?
Mike Hammond, Sanchez County Auditor with offices on the second floor of this building. This is the money that we're, this is a bill that lays out a portion of the money that we're spending from the American Rescue Plan. Just so that the public knows that, you guys know all this, but Sanchez County was awarded in total, will be awarded $52 million roughly in American Rescue Plan funds. $26 million in $26 million chunks. So the city gets roughly the same, but we, over the next couple of years, are spending $52 million on various things. We had a committee that met to vet some of the requests, and these are a few of the requests that made it to this point. So asking for your approval of these.
Any questions from council for the petitioner? Hearing none, we'll open a public hearing on 9521. Does anyone wish to speak in favor of this bill? Please sign in and everyone that's going to speak, please sign in. And when you come to the podium, please state your name and address for the record. And you have 3 minutes to address the council. And we ask everyone who's going to speak to respect that time limit. And we also ask each person that's going to speak this evening not to be redundant and repeat anything that's already been said.
Thank you, Council. Good evening. Lori Hammond, South Bend Common Council, member at large with an office here on the 4th floor. I'd first like to ask any of the folks in the audience that are in favor of this bill to please stand. Thank you. My involvement began with the forceful eviction of the tents from the property in the downtown. This is in regards to aiding the homeless. At this point, I felt as though I needed to do something. As the tent encampment began and grew at the old B&B parking lot in Monroe Park neighborhood, I began serving this community. I would spend many hours every Saturday assisting the residents and cleaning the property. I was able to contact the property owner who lives in California to discuss the situation. At that time, he agreed that as long as the lot remained clean, he would not move to evict these individuals. On Saturdays, I would distribute water, hand sanitizer, baby wipes, and trash bags. I was in repeated communication with the mayor of South Bend, requesting a hand sanitizing station and porta potties. He refused each time. Temperatures during the summer were well in excess of 90 degrees. We served single individuals, married couples, and families. There were 2 newborn babies living in these tents, as well as an elderly gentleman who was on oxygen. In the midst of the pandemic, these residents had no way to clean themselves or to keep safe from the COVID. The cleanup often included picking up trash, removing dropped items. This became also an area for people to dump their trash because the homeless were there. And unfortunately, it also included the need to shovel up human feces because they refused to provide porta potties for these individuals, leaving them with absolutely no dignity. Shortly into the existence of this encampment, the industrial dumpster was removed so that there was nowhere for them to throw their trash. At the encampment of some in the city, at the encouragement of some in the city, the property owner posted no trespassing signs with the intent to soon evict. And that was when the Motels for Now concept was born. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Mary Ann Wilson, and I live at 531 South St. Joseph Street. Members of the County Council, I am here to urge you and to plead with you to continue funding for the Motels for Now program. My family and I live in the Monroe Park neighborhood, and from May to August of 2020, we lived across the street from the tent city that immediately preceded the creation of the Motels for Now program. The arrival of the tent city threw our family life, along with the lives of our neighbors, into chaos. We began making daily 911 calls about fights, violence, and rampant drug dealing taking place across the street. I no longer felt safe letting my 5 young children play in our yard. And after a period of especially intense violence, we moved out of our home for a short period of time because we were no longer safe. I have seen firsthand the squalor of the living conditions of those living in tents, Tent cities mean suffering for its inhabitants and chaos for everyone who is around it. Week after week, my family pleaded with city officials to help us, and we continue to hear the same answer. Those people have no place to go, and there is no other option. Then in August of last year, thanks to the tireless work of fellow neighbors and local advocates, another option became available with the plan to offer hotel rooms to those in tents. I wish I could adequately explain to you the dramatic and immediate relief that my family experienced to have the tent city leave. It was as though we breathed freely and felt at home for the first time in months. And I know that for how displaced and chaotic I felt, it was only a fraction to that experience by those living in tents. And that my relief was so small compared to them as they moved into a room with a real door and a roof over their head for the first time in far too long. Members of the council, if funding ends for this program, the 150 people in the program will again have no option and no place to go except back to living in tents or other comparable conditions that are totally unsuitable for dignified human living. Those people's lives will be upended, as will the lives of those who will be their neighbors. Please ask yourself, would you be willing to have the tent city as your neighbors? Which of your constituents would you wish this upon? We must and can do better than this. Please continue funding the Motels for Now program to prevent another tent city for all of us and to make this community a place that supports the thriving of all its members. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is John McLean. I live at 511 South St. Joseph Street. This is a statement on behalf of Mike Coman, who is the president of the Monroe Park Neighborhood Association. Dear County Council, please refund the Hotels for Now program. This funding is vital for all of the good work already accomplished up to this point. I do not need to repeat or prove what this good work means. It is obvious. The funding to date has saved lives. This low barrier facility has saved lives and given hundreds of people directly affected by chronic homelessness a chance to rediscover their gifts of who they are and where they can go. Without the refunding, we are back to square one, and that is inhumane, adding and compounding the humanitarian crisis, which we in St. Joseph County have had to chronically face for years. And that is what this is, a humanitarian crisis. With the funding, the crisis improves. Without the funding, the crisis exponentially grows. Thanks to your previous funding effort, we are beginning to get a handle on this crisis after years of neglect. Please, let's not let go of the handle. Let's maintain our grip. We have the funding to make this a win-win for all parties involved. Please refund this program. Let's continue to dignify our most vulnerable citizens by operating out of a proven system, a housing first model, so that our entire county community can stand more dignified. The human dividend present here is of priceless value. The human turnaround of the people affected by the funding so far is impressive. Your refunding, as stated elsewhere, is a hand up, not a hand out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sheila McCarthy for Our Lady of the Road, 744 South Main Street. We've been told that homelessness is a perennial problem, but it's rare, affecting only 0.5%, and is brief, lasting less than a few months for the majority, and best of all, it's solvable. 80 cities in our country have already ended chronic homelessness or veteran homelessness, and we here in St. Joseph County are on a path to joining them. I'm here to thank the council for their leadership and their vision in saying yes to this project at the beginning of last October following a 45-day proof of concept through private funds. Our Lady of the Road found one donor and one single motel owner who agreed to work with them. The current established homeless shelters were already overwhelmed and unable to expand and could not create spaces for non-sober living. Our Lady of the Road expanded, accompanying people where they are found, assisting them in the move from tent encampments into housing. Tonight, we will share successes from our first year and share our plan for continuing beyond the next 6 months without relying on county funds. Most impressively, we are ending homelessness in our county and have already reduced it by over 2/3, creating safety and stability in temporary housing for many people deemed unhousable. We ask for a small share of the Federal American Rescue Plan funds to continue for another 6 months, which will allow us to functionally end street homelessness while enacting a plan to permanently end homelessness in St. Joseph County. Before I turn to our successes and our plan in greater detail, with the help of others, let me acknowledge that housing the chronically homeless is not easy or without issue. Even more challenging has been the state of the motel we have contracted with, finding it at 10% of its capacity, with the rest of the rooms, 90% of them habitable, with many renovations needing to take place immediately. Suddenly, it was filled with new carpet, new microwaves, new mini fridges, and working plumbing and doors for the first time in perhaps decades. We have been pleased that the location, our current location, is not directly adjacent to residential areas, is on a major bus line, and is relatively set back from the street. I know that as keepers of the community purse strings, you want to be certain we are using our money wisely.
Ma'am, you have 30 seconds to wrap it up.
Thank you. Compared to similar programs across the country, we are the most cost-effective. We have the chance in this extraordinary time of a pandemic with the availability of funds to help heal our community. Let's use them for the most visibly in need for the benefit of all of us.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. I'm Leah Cumming, a staff member of Our Lady of the Road and Motels for Now, 744 South Main Street, South Bend. Tonight, I'd like to tell you the story of one of our guests and give you a snapshot of what my life is like as a staff member of Motels for Now. And this is a guest for whom I have a deep affection. So I myself have several alcoholics in my family, but each of them is a functional alcoholic. Not so with one of our residents, a graduate of Penn, who, while living in Oregon, had seizures from a sudden withdrawal from alcohol and also suffered a traumatic brain injury. He then continued in his addiction of alcoholism and became homeless. He is banned from almost every homeless resource in town in South Bend because he does make random and frivolous police calls, and he is very good at cussing people out. I worked very closely with this resident on his goals. We called lawyers, got in touch with relatives, looked at bus tickets out of town. I also discovered the secret for de-escalating this guest. If he started becoming angry or cussing someone out, I just said something like, "Wasn't A Clockwork Orange a rad movie?" And he'd say, "Heck yeah, have you seen Dr. Strangelove?" And then we just talk. At the motel, 33% of our police calls are due to a guest's mental illness, such as this one's. And a lot of those 33% were from this particular person who I dearly love. For him, this was a policy violation. And he violated the policy too many times and had to be asked to take a break from the program and sign back up on our wait list. But was this the end of this guest's story? It was not. Because he wanted to return to Motels for Now, rejoin our family, This man agreed to go to alcohol treatment, which is more than my family members have done. Alcohol treatment, AKA rehab. And that is where he is right now. Policies work and relationships work. When this man was living on the street, the dedicated staff of Oaklawn and Our Lady of the Road continued to visit and encourage him. Oaklawn staff, who's sitting here right
Ma'am, you have
now,
30 seconds to wrap it up.
signed him up for treatment, and Motel for Now's own director, Sheila McCarthy, drove him to Indianapolis personally to enter treatment. We hope that he will be returning to Motels for Now sober and with a payee, and that he will eventually get his own apartment where I can visit him to discuss philosophy and pop culture. Thank you.
Thank you. Was it 3:30 we're giving? Okay. Please state your name and address
Hi.
for the record, sir.
John Horsley. I am with Oaklawn Psychiatric Center, 415 East Madison Street, South Bend, Indiana. We have been providing services for Motels for Now since its inception and funded by the city of South Bend. And I'd like to thank all of our coaches and staff. Stand real quick. Who are here on their own time tonight, because I certainly am not going to pay them for this. No, I'm teasing. They are here on their own because like me, they've fallen in love with not only the people that we're helping, but also the concept. Homelessness is a very difficult problem to solve. It's very complex, and our community is not alone in solving that complex problem. And it requires multiple levels of intervention if we're going to move people from a state of illness and houselessness to a state of functionality and being housed. One of the major gaps we've had in this area for many, many years is a low barrier shelter. And why that is an important gap to fill is because if we are unable to reach people, know where they're at, be able to provide them consistent relationship, then it's difficult for them to work their way out of the position that they're in. And so many of the guests at the Motels for Now program, we have sporadically engaged throughout the years with very little success, because the problem was not that the services aren't available. The problem was connecting with people enough to get them to the services. So we had the services, but no process to get there, because who knows where we would find people. What this low barrier shelter has done for us, it's allowed us to engage people on a regular basis and help them make progress that we haven't seen in years, thus saving our community thousands of dollars, but more importantly, giving humanity back to those who have lost their way. And so I'm asking tonight that you continue this funding. The county isn't funding our portion of the program, but our portion of the program is working because you're funding the shelter. And I appreciate that. Our staff appreciates that, and our guests appreciate that. And I'll save the rest of my time this afternoon. I hope you had an opportunity to review an email where I outlined some data, some research, and some myth versus fact for your pleasure, and happy to take questions at the end of the public discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Bob Einters, Health Officer, St. Joe County, and a resident 307 Lamont Terrace, South Bend. Lack of housing, homelessness, is the root cause of a number of adverse health conditions. Living without a roof over one's head impedes the ability of the individual to access health services, and it impedes the capacity of the health professionals in our own Department of Health to deliver those health services. By causing poor health outcomes for individuals and for our community, homelessness increases the cost to all of us in society who pay taxes and buy health insurance. It's been said that the homeless and homelessness are not going away. For sure, mental illness is not going away. And we don't have a cure for schizophrenia. We have an impoverished understanding of addictive disorders, personality disorders, and a host of affective and psychotic illnesses. Many individuals suffering from these diseases end up homeless in South Bend, but they come from Walkerton, Mishawaka, New Carlisle, Roseland, and elsewhere throughout the county. But if we can put a roof over the head of the person suffering from such illnesses, we are far more able to reach him and her, to help them heal and to reduce their suffering. And by improving their health, we improve the health of our community. For sure, as we've heard, and you all well know, homelessness is a very difficult challenge, but it doesn't have to be an intractable one. The VA's, the Veterans Administration's Housing First model has been highly successful in reducing homelessness across the nation, and it can be done, and it can be done here. Over the last year, the city of South Bend and the county have come together, as we just heard John allude to. We've come together in a very effective way to address the problem of homelessness. Now is not the time for the county to walk away from the table. I'd be the first to acknowledge, and I've said this to many of you already, that putting individuals in the Knights Inn is not an ideal situation. My own personal view is that a scattered housing model in collaboration with neighborhood associations is a far better option in the long run, though it would require far more capital investment than what M4N is asking for over these next few months. At this time, and in the short term, M4N is the best and most cost-effective option to address homelessness in this county, and I encourage you to support their request. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, Emma Van Hooser, 518 South St. Joseph Street. I'm speaking as a staff member at Our Lady of the Road and at the Motels for Now program. Thank you for the council's time and continued care over these housing issues. I'd like to speak in support of refunding the Motel for Now program, and I'd like to offer my perspective as a staff member on the transition of our guests from Our Lady of the Road, which offers drop-in breakfast and services, to the Motel for Now program. For the 4 years I've staffed breakfast shifts at Our Lady of the Road, including during the pandemic, we've seen 80 to 130 guests each shift coming for food, showers, laundry, clothing, and community. We also opened a daytime weather amnesty shelter that hosted around 60. When the motels opened, the numbers declined sharply. Since last fall, we've seen 20 to 35 guests for a breakfast shift. 2 Fridays ago, there were 5 guests in the building. In addition to these numbers, breakfast hours also have changed. We've had under 10 incidents of people overdosing in our parking lot and also of knife-related violence. We see a higher percentage of new guests coming specifically to connect to the motel program. These are guests who otherwise would have become caught in this cycle as houseless individuals with no hope for the future. It's not just that we're relocating potential incidences of violence or problems elsewhere. It's that the motel program has changed the way we're able to offer services. One of our guests, we'll call him S, had been a regular at Our Lady of the Road for years. He's struggled with alcohol use, mobility issues, health issues connected to aging, and experienced getting robbed or attacked on the street repeatedly. He moved into the motel and has recently found and moved into his own apartment through housing grants. We expected him to die on the streets last winter, but instead the motel program offered him holistic treatment through the support of on-site care team, and he now enjoys stable housing. That's what it looks like when people are taken off the street and offered housing first. The motel program doesn't offer an emergency shelter. It offers a context in which people can learn how to be housed. In addition, the motel program itself has become increasingly stable. As a night staff for the past 6 months there, I've experienced the use of de-escalation and conflict resolution tactics as they translate into less police calls on the property and decrease in the need to ask residents to leave. It is tempting to think that if the motels were discontinued, that there would be alternative spaces of care. This is not the case. A daytime or overnight amnesty can't offer the same kind of services and support as our motel program that offers 24-hour wraparound services. Progress we've already made with individuals also would be lost, including particularized treatment plans, collecting documentation, and other steps towards connecting guests to housing and housing grants. Other spaces such as Our Lady of the Road, thank you, are not able to offer the same levels of service. In conclusion, I want to repeat what my table discussed at our Build the Budget meeting. We noticed the pyramid of need that motivates our budget plan. We suggested connecting that to a pyramid of suffering. Can we connect our common resources as a community to where we see the most acute suffering? Nobody in our community wants a program that transitions homeless people to housing to fall through. Nobody wants to stop that progress and resort to an immediate increase in visible suffering. Please refund our motel program. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Eliana Armenfelder. I live at 4010 Irish Hills Drive, and I'm a social worker. I work at Motels for Now. Motels for Now is not the first low barrier shelter I've worked at, and I do this work because I believe that everyone deserves a roof over their head, no matter what's going on in their life. Having untreated mental illness or addiction doesn't mean you don't deserve to have your basic needs met. I've been working on some statistics today. Matter of concern has been the high number of police calls and emergency calls from our Motels for Now location. And I'd like to say some things about the reasons for those. So the largest percentage or the plurality of calls have been as a result of guest mental illness, like the person Leah spoke about earlier, especially when you combine medical and mental health calls. So ambulance calls to get emergency mental health assistance for people, and then the calls that people have made as a result of their mental illness. As you can see on your handout, that's the large green line, and it's a combination of some of the lines on the other thing. Some other reasons that police have been called include intimate partner violence, something that we've worked very hard to address, and something that I think those police calls would probably be made anywhere the couples were staying. Guest conflict is a very small, and guest removal, both are very small reasons relative to the other things, to the mental health care and the medical care that we call for. I've also think it's worth pointing out that a lot more calls are a result of a trespasser who is not a guest at the motel coming onto the property than are a result of a guest doing something that causes problems in our community. I'd also like to point your attention to, a map of some of the places where our guests went to high school. They're our neighbors. 85% of our current guests are from Indiana, Michigan, or Illinois, and 69, essentially 70% of our current guests are from Michiana. You can see on this map here, they come from all of the high schools of South Bend.
You have 30 seconds, ma'am.
So please help us continue to do the work that we do. I know for me working in housing, that more time would make a big difference. And we appreciate the support you've given us so far. So please continue to give us more time to do this work. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Howell Atkins. I'm a member of the DNC for this region. I stay in a private residence that's supported by these wonderful people. I'm gonna make this real short. Everybody who's homeless are not throwaway people, okay? There's a lot of successful people who have fallen by the wayside and who are now very wealthy people. So anybody can get in this circumstance. And other than that, we really need to fund this, because if not, then what you're gonna have is an uptick in crime, homelessness, people out on the street. And with this program, I'm more than certain that a lot of bad situations with the police as far as crime and going to jail has fallen. So this is a very good program for the people. That's about all I need to say.
Thank you.
Hello, Council. My name is John Schomer. I'm the Executive Director at Our Lady of the Road, and which is located at 744 South Main Street. I'm just going to take a few moments to talk with you about the cost effectiveness and try not to repeat what other people have said, but to remind you that the rate at which we're going to be funding people is at $38.38 per person per night for these 6 months. to keep 120 people housed for the coldest part of the year. And then I'm going to share a few summary studies of Housing First programs. According to the United States Interagency Council on Homelessness, the average cost for communities to handle individuals who are experiencing homelessness is between $30,000 and $50,000 a year per person. And at this $38.38 rate, we would be at $20,000 per person per year to have folks be in the motels. And so this would lead to an annual savings of $20,000 to $40,000 per person per year in the community resources to address their needs. Additionally, reviewing academic literature on Housing First programs, the U.S. Department of Housing and Human Services has come to two conclusions of interest. The first conclusion is that Housing First initiatives have shown to be significantly more efficient in getting these health and housing stability services to people experiencing homelessness, like we heard Dr. Bob talk about earlier. And then second, Housing First communities have demonstrated significant cost offset. So the median of the 26 studies they were looking at, the societal cost savings was $1.44 to every $1 spent on Housing First initiatives. And we can provide more information to you on those, but I think, yeah, just in closing, echoing what others have said, we built together a great team, leveraging expertise that we've gained the past year. And there's, as you can see, a community momentum around this issue. And we have an opportunity to make the most of it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Frank Spacia. I live at 330 West Colfax. I'm a public health researcher with the Department of Health and University of Notre Dame. We've heard from several people today about the effectiveness of the Housing First programs. I don't want to beat a dead horse there, but I'll just add a number for some context, specific in Salt Lake City, who famously ran some of the best Housing First programs. They had a 90% decrease in chronic homelessness, 90. I think it's important as we continue thinking about funding motels for now to think about the purpose of Housing First, which is to respond to chronic homelessness and people who are in the depths of poverty. And while that definition is helpful, I think we should think about what it is not, right? Motels for Now is not a cure for all homelessness. It is not a cure for police calls. It is not a cure for mental illness or addiction. And we should not evaluate the strength of the program on something that it is not attempting to fix. Motels for Now is putting a roof over the heads of people who need it. It is not claiming to be a cure for mental illness and addiction. It is not claiming to be a fix for all homeless issues in the county. This is simply the first and most important step in pulling the people who need the most help up one step closer to self-sufficiency. I've heard from a lot of people that are practitioners in homeless services today. I'm in public health myself. I've been spending a lot of time in the past year working with people involved in all sectors of the county: early child care education, after-school programs, adult services, family support services, and everybody's united around this purpose. We have people who are helping do laundry for those living in homelessness. We have people who are helping educate homeless children. We have people who are providing hot food and showers. We have people who are driving people, homeless individuals to appointments. We have people vaccinating the homeless people. Every element of this system needs to work together to resolve homelessness. And the element that is missing right now is housing. We have healthcare, we have education, we have food, we have water. All we need right now is an extension of this funding through the winter, through the hardest months of the year, so that we can continue strategizing about collaborative and innovative ways to respond to the homeless problem in this county holistically. Thank you.
Thank you.
Etc. For the Hauser sibling reunion.
Hello, my name is Harrison Gilbride. I'm the Congregate Outreach Coordinator at the Department of Health with offices on the 8th and 9th floor of this building. and I live at 14527 Old Farm Road. I've been working very closely with the Motels for Now program, and I'm here today to speak to the manner in which they improve the health of the unhoused members of our community and the ways they protect the health of all members of our community. By allowing us to better define the unhoused population of St. Joseph County, Motels for Now has offered us valuable insight into the health of the unhoused members of our community and has allowed us to perform successful health interventions on their behalf. Motels for Now has been incredibly valuable in the push to vaccinate the unhoused members of our community, offering mobile COVID-19 vaccination clinics on site at the motel, with a recent survey of residents giving us a 68% vaccination rate at the motel. This is a vaccination rate higher than the county at large and higher than the state of Indiana's vaccination rate. Furthermore, when an individual who was positive with COVID-19 did turn up at the motel, due to the greater insight we have into the health of these previously unhoused individuals, we were able to immediately respond, putting the COVID positive individual and their roommate into isolation and quarantine and beginning to test close contacts. Because of this rapid response, those in isolation were able to successfully recover from COVID while quarantined without spreading the virus to anyone else in our community. No one else at the motel was positive with a case of COVID after that incident. Furthermore, because of the success in mitigating that potential outbreak, without the motel, it would have potentially gone unchecked, ravaging our unhoused community and spreading throughout our wider community at large. On an individual level, one evening while I was helping out at the motel, I came across a woman who was completely unresponsive. Through the quick use of Narcan, I was able to successfully revive her. Had this incident occurred at a space that was unsupervised, under some bridge somewhere or something, she would surely be dead today.
You have 30 seconds, sir.
These kinds of health interventions and this kind of insight into the health of the unhoused members of our community would not be possible without the motel. We would not be able to get this on some random street corner or at yet another tent city. For this reason, Motels for Now is an incredibly valuable institution in protecting the health of our community, improving the health outcomes of the unhoused members of our community, and saving the lives of the residents who live there. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Brandon Turk, and I live at 515 South St. Joseph Street. And I work at Our Lady of the Road. And I'll be reading from Kuldeep Narala's summary of the findings of conversations he had with business community members. And he is a staff member at Our Lady of the Road in the motel program. Except for a few business entities in the neighborhood, 3 out of 15, which are South Bend Discount Liquor, All Phase Electric Supply, and Affordable Auto Rental, all others are found to be quite sympathetic about the problems faced by our guests and people experiencing homelessness. They do not have a hostile
Sir, can you
attitude.
speak up? We can't hear you.
Yeah.
Can you repeat what you have already said?
Yes, I may. Except for a few business entities in the neighborhood, 3 out of 15, which include South Bend Discount Liquor, All Phase Electric Supply, and Affordable Auto Rental, all others were found to be quite sympathetic about the problems faced by our guests and people experiencing homelessness. They do not have a hostile attitude toward our guests at the Motels for Now program, but do believe that they have started facing new problems which did not exist before the launch of the program. The major problems faced by our neighboring business communities are panhandling, littering, trash dump, drug use by our guests in their business property, and increased traffic due to the presence of our guests and their friends in the property. Some, which include 4 out of the 15 that were polled, Unique Beauty, Taco Bell, McDonald's, and Golo, complained that our guests may have been involved in open defecation and urination on their property. Representatives of the business community believe that our guests' presence and panhandling deter their customers. They, however, do not consider our guests as a major threat to their businesses. Almost all business community representatives acknowledge that our guests usually respond positively to their requests and do not engage in any kind of retaliation against them. Although some, 3 out of 15, of the businesses polled, Unique Beauty, South Bend Discount Liquor, and Affordable Auto Rental, whose properties have been reportedly damaged by our guests on different occasions, held the guests majorly responsible for the losses they incurred. They recommended that we take strict action against those guests who have vandalized their properties, and some business reps, 2 out of 15, which include McDonald's and Taco Bell, shared that in the past they felt threatened by our guests. They called the police and the situation was handled without any major issue. Except for a few business representatives, All Phase Electric Supply and Affordable Auto Rental, all others felt that the current problems could be addressed if the program implemented certain processes. For example, they requested that we should have an open conversation with our guests regarding ways that they could respect the hygiene and safety boundaries of the neighboring business community. If our guests are found as unwilling to adhere to the expectations of the business community, the reps said that they should face consequences, which Motels for Now program are willing to implement. Can skip over a few things, but finally, as an immediate action to address the concerns of neighboring business communities, the staff at the Motels for Now program will be meeting with the guests to determine the ways that safely security and economic boundaries of the neighboring business community could be respected by our guests. And there'll be regular meetings with the business community in the area to address any of the challenges.
Sir, that's the time.
Thanks.
I have a question.
Sir, question from council.
Yes.
Are you referring to businesses that are near the Knights Inn? Is that the point?
I believe so.
And is this basically a positive type of comment from these businesses? Or is
Yes.
it kind of a mixed bag of comments?
It's positive, a small select few. There's 3 out of about 15 even named issues, I think is what I was finding. And the ones that they were named were able to be addressed adequately. The business owners had named that they felt as though
Okay,
they
so
were addressed.
these are businesses near Knights Inn.
Yes. So
I would
the
like that
surrounding-
we make this part of our record. Thank
Okay,
you,
yeah,
if you
yeah.
could, please.
My name is Jean Casper, and I'm speaking about downtown South Bend property. So I live at 1314 Wellbeck Drive, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself and Roy Diaz, who owns the property of 107, 109, 113 West Monroe Street, and 423 through 429 South Michigan Avenue. The property is directly across the original temp encampment where Fat Daddy's Blocks once stood. So directly across the street from where the original temp encampment was moved over to Monroe Park. The Motels for Now program has lowered the number of homeless people sleeping on the street at my buildings and others in downtown South Bend. I'm in favor, and Roy Diaz is in favor of housing all the homeless, regardless of behavior, drugs, alcohol use, and criminal history. I have managed maintenance at the property since February 2017, before the pandemic. We have homeless sleeping in the alcove of the vape shop, under the awnings of the old Inwoods building. The homeless also sleep in the alcoves of the Century Center and under the boardwalks of the St. Joseph River. The main concerns are sanitation, safety, vandalism, peddling, panhandling, and the homeless sleeping at the building day and night. Plenty of the residents don't trust downtown, residents of South Bend don't trust downtown South Bend as a safe area. They go shopping in Mishawaka and Granger to avoid the homeless. They keep moving their business to the outskirts and suburban areas to have a safer, cleaner environment without homeless loitering and panhandling. Unless something is done differently, like the Motels for Now program, housing the homeless, the vicious cycle of fear in South Bend, downtown South Bend community will continue. South Bend will not attract new businesses or new residents. Right now, the main branch of the library is closed for renovations, so it can become a new crown jewel for South Bend, the best library ever. When the library reopens, the homeless will cycle through, using it as a day center. You can bank on some of the homeless being banned. If a homeless individual is banned from the library, they will be at Monroe Street buildings, Monroe Street Arts, the vape shop, and the old Inwoods building.
You have 30 seconds, ma'am.
It's like this. You're only going to build trust with the broader Michiana community by having the homeless camping all over DTSB and peddling and handhandling housed in the Motels for Now program.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Letitia Barnes, and I'm a guest at the Hotel for Now. I'm here to tell you that I graduated from the program. I got my own house. Without them, I wouldn't know where I'd be. I would still be homeless out there in the world. But with that, I pass. It's an awesome program.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Gail McGuire. I live at 1629 Belmont Avenue in South Bend. And tonight I'm speaking as a sociologist to talk about the broader social implications of refunding the Motels for Now program. So Motels for Now program is a critical part of a housing first approach to homelessness. It addresses, as you know, the immediate need of getting people off the street so that they can get the services and stability they need. To address homelessness, we need to acknowledge how our society stigmatizes people who are unhoused, cultural beliefs that say unhoused people are lazy, dangerous, and unwilling to improve their lives. And then there's the not in my backyard syndrome, where residents oppose permanent supportive housing in their neighborhood. This last example shows the power of stigma. It prevents the very thing, permanent housing, that would allow people to overcome their situation and be accepted in society. Stigma is also harmful because it can create a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you're treated like an outsider, guess what happens? You'll come to believe that you are an outsider and you'll behave as such. There is a solution to interrupting this cycle of stigma. Get people into barrier-free housing immediately. Motels for Now has demonstrated that it can do that and provide people with the services and support they need to get back on their feet. This kind of investment will pay huge dividends in the long run. It will show our unhoused residents that they do belong to this community. It's kind of what happens in Alcoholics Anonymous. People come in feeling ashamed and hopeless, but as they go to meetings, they realize they have found a place where they belong. This sense of belonging gives them the strength and the social support they need to build a better life. But being part of a community isn't just about feeling good, right? It means that you're accountable to that community. We can't get people to conform to community standards if we aren't willing to let them into the community. I'll finish by turning your attention to what Martin Luther King called the beloved community, a community where justice, love, and equal opportunity prevail. To quote Dr. King, there's nothing new about poverty. What is new, however, is that we now have the resources to get rid of it. The time has come for an all-out world war against poverty. The rich nations must use their vast resources of wealth to develop the undeveloped, school the unschooled, and feed the unfed. The well-off and the secure have too often become indifferent and oblivious to the poverty and deprivation in their midst. Ultimately, a great nation is a compassionate nation. No individual or nation can be great if it does not have a concern for the least of these. Thank you.
Thank you.
We all live in the yellow submarine. How y'all doing? My name is Paul Kemp. I am at the Hotel Louisville. And there is a lot of things wrong, both inside and outside. There's a lot of things that was discussed and said to y'all. There's some of us in the community, McDonald's have hired one of us, mental problems. There was even one of us working at Go-Go's as a cashier. Okay, so we are putting our part in the community. I am there because I have no place to go. They have gotten me my ID. The only thing I need right now is a job, and that will be coming. Everybody needs a place to go, whether it's in your backyard or not. They have to get started somewhere. Everybody, regardless. And we have all walks of life there. Mental, veterans, those on drugs, those that really can't, emotional behavior. Some of these people you don't even want working next to you because they need to fix their problems first. Are y'all gonna be willing to accept that in the community? Are you gonna vote for the right thing? Because we can't be scattered out all over the place and causing mischief. At least we are in one area where we can be found and get help. Now, I'm there. I ain't gonna be there too much longer. I know what I need to do to leave that place. Okay, certain ones gonna be there a lot longer than I am. Maybe even to the next Christmas. Emotional problems are very hard to deal with. Addicts are very hard to deal with. And from what he says, they do have a plan now. It is a structured thing going. I haven't read it yet. I would love to. I'm going to. But it's a start. I used to sleep in the field behind some abandoned warehouse, something like that, whatever. And guess what? I have a place to wash my butt, keep some of my stuff safe, and constantly go back and forth to work on my little hustle as cutting grass and whatever, or helping out my sisters or any other body. This is what I do. I'm 50 years old. I'm a Michigan. I'm from Niles, Michigan. I live down in Kentucky. I have did the no barrier down there.
You have
And
30
yes,
seconds, sir.
Huh?
You have 30 seconds to wrap it up.
And we do have a body count down there in Louisville, Kentucky. You're not going to have it everything crystal clear and pristine. There is going to be trouble, but this is where it's going to be found and it can be dealt with. There is a structured plan. That is the main thing for us. We need a structured plan. And I think he got it. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Kelly Reagan Hickey. I live at 415 South Lafayette Boulevard. I'm honored to speak in support of the Motels for Now program. My background is in economics, but I'm currently speaking as a researcher in social ethics. Both fields offer really important insights that support the continued funding of Motels for Now. And when considering the possibility of establishing a permanent low barrier intake shelter, the proximity, work, and will of scholars from the University of Notre Dame would be an invaluable asset for laying the groundwork and identifying the best practices that can make this effort a success. First, economics. Last year, 2 Notre Dame economists compiled an extensive report that summarized the measured impacts of different housing interventions around the country. And as John and Frank already mentioned, the Housing First model was found to be the most effective for housing those who suffer from chronic homelessness and other special populations that suffer from addiction. Their previous work on housing even led them to testify on Capitol Hill to support the HUD-VASH program, which provides housing vouchers for veterans. And the successful expansion of HUD-VASH, a housing first intervention, is a key example of how evidence-based research can positively impact national policy, local communities, and individual lives. Other communities on campus with city governments and service providers work with city governments and service providers to measure the effectiveness of housing programs they operate. Business professors and social scientists are working to creatively address the joint crises of homelessness and housing. Academic research, when paired with the expertise of civil servants on the ground, can be a really powerful force for good. If we take research and evidence-based policy seriously, supporting Motels for Now and the possibility of a long-term low barrier shelter would be a clear priority. And secondly, ethics. Social ethics, particularly Christian social ethics, centers around 2 ideas: the common good, which refers to the flourishing of the community and each person within the community, and human dignity. At Notre Dame, theologians, ethicists, psychologists, lawyers, and many others are pioneering ways to ensure the common good and the dignity of the human person are at the center of policy decisions and institutional design. What does the common good require? How do people experience dignity? How do we build dignity-sensitive institutions? These questions are relevant for St. Joseph County as they are for Notre Dame, especially as it considers Motels for Now and a future permanent intake center. Ethics is also about deciding what kind of society we want to build. It means having a moral imagination and approaching decisions with a moral lens. I was told that local business owners who support the Motels for Now program refer to residents as future customers.
30 seconds, ma'am.
Thank you. This expresses a clear and important moral vision. I want to live in a community that holds a vision like this. I also want to live in a community that uses its resources to make this kind of vision a reality. May we not forget that the decision to renew funding for Motels for Now is first and foremost a moral one. If we take research in the common good seriously, the county should renew funding for Motels for Now and blaze new pathways forward for a permanent low barrier intake shelter. We have access to the means, minds, and courage to do it well. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Rhonda Hughes. I live at 1029 Riverside Drive in South Bend. I am a member of Broadway Christian Parish United Methodist Church, and for about 15 years, we've had a community hospitality ministry that has offered showers, breakfast, laundry, address services, and advocacy to people who are experiencing homelessness or who are marginally housed in our community. The numbers of people who have been experiencing homelessness in recent years has risen. During the pandemic, we were working, and for several years prior, we've been working in coalition with other organizations in the community to try to fill the gaps. And last year, Our Lady of the Road perceived this huge crisis in the midst of the pandemic and responded with a really creative idea, something that wasn't done elsewhere in our region at that time, and they also funded it. You all stepped up to the line and provided additional support. And the wonderful thing, as you've been hearing about the program Motels for Now, is that it's working. It's working in so many ways. Let me tell you about one person I'll call Wendell. I at Broadway Christian Parish do volunteer community advocacy, and I've known him for probably a dozen years. He's been homeless the whole time I've known him. He is very vulnerable on the tool that's used in communities across the US called the VI SPDAT. Wendell has a very high score, and for the past several years, various community organizations have tried to get him housed, but it proved next to impossible getting him across the barrier. He was just so uncomfortable with the constraints that were required, and even meeting some of the needs in terms of visiting a doctor to get a statement signed. Well, the Motels for Now program has now housed Wendell in a transitional way that will mean that he will be able to, when permanent supportive housing is available, he will be able to live on his own in a sheltered place for the first time in many, many years. Personal dignity is essential to our society. And as was recently said, everybody needs a place to live. As you all know, there's a huge shortage of low-cost housing in our community. Many of the people who find themselves unhoused have a modest income, perhaps a disability income, perhaps a low-paying job, but not enough to get them housing, not enough to enable them to find housing in our community. But through the Motels for Now program, they're taking a transitional step. The most vulnerable in our community are taking a transitional step that at some point in the not too distant future can potentially result in permanent housing and increased dignity. Thank you very much for supporting this vital community program.
Thank you very much.
I'm Armin Sylvester. Most folks know me as Baye. I stand before you as a resident of Lincoln Bendix Park Neighborhood Association. I live in the neighborhood. My home is in the neighborhood. I've been there over 12 years now. I support this program, the Motels for Now. There are some issues that the neighborhood association and some of my constituents or my neighbors who live amongst me have with the program. But for the most part, my neighbors support Motels for Now. What we would like, though, for you to understand is that this is not just something that we want to just be forced on us and no accountability. This board, this county council has a unique position to be forward thinking, to take the lead. There's been a lot of people in the community, grassroots organizations that have been working diligently with the homeless, with folks that are addicted. You all are coming, you really Johnny come latelys to the problem, but you have a unique position with this money coming into the community. And not only do we want you to support Motels for Now, I want you to increase the funding, and I want you to hold those individuals accountable who have the strings of that money, where that money is going. It is said that we can judge a society by how it's treated its most vulnerable people. Gandhi said that. Gandhi said that. You have a unique responsibility. You all have taken oaths to lead this community. You all work in conjunction with business. You work in conjunction with city appointed officials, city elected officials. And we can't keep passing the buck. This is not the best scenario. It may not even be the best place for it, but it's there right now. And if it's gonna be there, then support it, be accountable. I'm not talking about snickering and back conversations with anybody else. I know that the airport authority, you just spoke, that man stood here and you passed the resolution or whatever it was that he was asking for. This is just as important, just as important. I live in the neighborhood, a homeowner. I want to see the right thing done. Do I speak for Lincoln Bendix Park Neighborhood Association? I know that all my neighbors are not. Some of them got problems, some of them are business owners, but I was surprised to hear that young man step up here and speak to what he had done as far as addressing those business owners. I'm surprised by that, but I'm not surprised by the fact that people in my neighborhood have a heart and are willing to give this a chance. They're willing to give this a chance, but it can't be willy-nilly. You know, this is something that we have to do right. The West Side has a plethora of problems. So we need you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name's Tim Bear. I'm a staff member for Our Lady of the Road. I work at the Knights Inn, 3233 Lincoln Way West, and I live in South Bend. I have heard the concern expressed that the Knights Inn owner, Henry Patel, has not been responsive enough in repairing rooms in a timely fashion, and that as a community, we're giving taxpayer money to a person who is a quote unquote bad actor. While I completely understand this concern, I've come to see things a little differently since joining the team in April and more recently taking on the role of Director of Maintenance for Our Lady of the Road. I remember how shocking it seemed to see some of the living conditions at the motel when I first started. I assume this was because the motel management was unconcerned or unresponsive. To highlight a specific issue, we had a leaking roof on building 3. When it rained hard, we would have many guests complain about water coming into the rooms and wet drywall falling onto their beds or their heads, which felt like a crisis that we had no control over. When I spoke with Henry, the owner, he apologized, let me know he was aware of the problem, that materials were coming in for the job, and that he was waiting on contractors to be available. As promised, a few weeks later, a crew arrived on site and replaced the entire roof on building 3. Now, why the roof got to a place where it was so badly in need of repair, you'll have to ask Henry about. But when Motels for Now moved into the motel, it wasn't a fully occupied place. Henry could put motel guests into the nicest rooms he had, and most likely he wasn't even using building 3 at that point. But for the past year, we have been occupying every available bed because there's a close to 300-person waiting list for people that are on the street or in need of housing. So as you might have heard, to buy this property would cost an estimated $1.5 million to buy it as is. But to properly rehab it would cost an estimated another $5 million or so. So although Henry is receiving a sizable amount of money each month, the scope of the problems at the motel require our time and patience. Another embarrassing problem we're dealing with is with bugs. Henry has contracted with a company to help us deal with roaches, bed bugs, and fleas, but the company recently let me know there is a huge amount of work we need to do with residents if the treatment will be effective. So this is a problem. We can't just look to Henry and say, you need to solve this for us. We have to work with everyone involved to address it. So that includes residents, Our Lady of the Road staff, Henry, the owner, a professional pest control company, and as you'll hear about next, possibly even volunteers. Otherwise, we'll simply be placing a Band-Aid over the problems that we have. So in my short time as director of maintenance.
Sir, you need to wrap it up, please.
Okay, thank you. I have experienced Henry to be an essential and responsive partner in this process. And if it weren't for him allowing us to operate in his motel, this program would not exist. I would absolutely encourage the council to ask Henry for more transparency and more accountability, as Baye spoke to, with where the rental fee money is going. But I would encourage you to do that from the posture of considering him to be an essential partner who's a key part of the team working toward ending homelessness in St. Joe County and South Bend, rather than as a bad actor who only wants to profit from this experience. Thank you for your consideration and service to our community.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Kirby Falkenberg. I live at 19275 Montrose Drive in South Bend. And for some remember that I was the president and CEO of the YMCA for about 20 years. And for the last 10 years, I've just been a caring citizen of our community. It's good that I followed our last speaker because a concern of mine that I brought up recently is, well, I want to say, first of all, that I'm a concerned citizen. I'm a raving fan and a supporter and donor of Our Lady of the Road. Fantastic organization. A little bit different perspective, but it's a good follow-up to a previous speaker. In that I'm concerned as I read in the paper and become more aware of the conditions of the property. Ultimately, hopefully, we'll be able to buy that property. But I think we need to do is find individuals and corporations who will support the total renovation of each room and not take that whole amount of dollars that is very expensive to continue at that point. I can personally guarantee that I can find 15 people that put up at least $4,000 per room to do the renovations. I know I can do that, but if we put together a team, I know we can be much more effective and probably get all of the rooms renovated. So that's the idea and the plan that I would have in mind. This morning in my prayer time, the Sermon on the Mount kept coming up, and with the Sermon on the Mount, most of you know that when I was hungry, you fed me. When I was lonely, you were my friend. When you were mentally ill, you were a doctor or a counselor for me. When I was homeless, you provided that for us. Your support of this will allow us to make that final exam and go to the Lord that says we're a caring community, that through our gifts and through these available dollars, we can help those people who are very serious in need of our services. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Mike Keene. I live at 1012 Riverside Drive. I'm the managing partner of Hometown Development LLC. I want to begin by just thanking you all for your service. It's when difficult and thorny problems like this arise that it's the councils like you that help us face these issues. And too often, I think we're all ready to sort of stand up and talk about what you didn't do right. And we're not often enough willing to say, hey, thank you for the time, the effort, and deliberation you put into helping us resolve these issues. that face our community. So once again, I want to thank you for what you've been doing. And I want to thank you for the time you've brought us. And I want to make a pledge. And that pledge is that we will not waste the time that you've put into getting us to this point and hopefully helping us move another 6 months down the road. What we're doing is we're going to work to create a public-private, not-for-profit PPN collaboration so we can work together and take this problem and turn it into an opportunity for our community to come together and show what kind of capacity and compassion that we have so that we can build a permanent low barrier intake center in a place of dignity that we will all want to celebrate. And it'll give all of us, unhoused and housed, a chance to come home and return to heart. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Michael Bright. I reside at 515 South St. Joseph Street, and I'm here today to read a letter from a guest family that lives at the Knights Inn with the Motels for Now program. Dear Council, and whom else this may concern. First, the Tanner family would like to thank each and every one of you that has donated their time, effort, love, support, kindness, thoughts, prayers, and even discipline in this program and making it happen and keeping it going. Over 15 years, there has been 3 times we have had to not be a family as a whole, physically 24/7. And it would have been a 4th time if it wasn't for this program. We completely understand all the reasons not to keep it open, but not every situation is told as it is. Not everyone is here on drugs, but needs this place and calls it home. We are right there. All 5 children are in school. Daddy Scott is working, and I assume will be too. Right now, there are other things that like housing that I'm working on, and I promise we are so close. It will be 1 year come November, and we have worked harder than we had ever had before. We are so close. It won't even take till spring, but if you could please give us one more trial, we would appreciate it more than there are enough words to say. And thank you for keeping our family together. Thanks for everything from the bottom of our hearts. Love, the Chandlers.
Thank you.
My phone. My name is Clara Ross. I live in 726 Cushing Street. One of the things that I would like to address is what is it do we really want? People have come to you with emotional appeal. People have come to you here with financial appeal of why the program should be open and why it should continue. But I want to know, what is it do we really, really want? From what I could see, I'm a homeless advocate. From what I could see is basically people just don't want people downtown. Let's just tell the truth. They don't want the homeless downtown. And that is the main focus of what primarily this is about. Well, the Motel for Now program does just that. They're not downtown, but what are they doing? How are they progressing? Are they going forward in their lives? Some are, some aren't. But isn't the whole point is some are? Because the way the homeless works is you will have success and you will have people who fall through the cracks. Point blank, that's the end of it. Now, the other thing I would like to point out was, you wanna know where I was in 2017? I was helping the homeless under the bridge. You wanna know where I was in 1990? I was homeless. You wanna know where I was in 2019? I was staying at Tent City with the homeless. I was there with them. I had my own house, but I chose to stay there with them because I had a program there myself. So I saw all that. So what I say and what I'm about, it's not about books. It's not about feelings. It's about reality. The reality is these are people who can move forward when given a chance and given a moment to breathe. You have no idea what it feels like to not be able to go to the bathroom. What it feels like as a woman, it's very dangerous as a woman, homeless. That's no joke. That's real talk, real conversation, not book, not theory. That's real talk. Now, what Motel for Now does is there's some woman being safe. Is some child being saved? Is some man being saved? Now, is it perfect? Of course not, because we're not perfect. We as a society are not perfect. We as a city are not perfect, but we must work together jointly to be successful. Again, I'm pro-homeless. I'm pro-human beings. I'm pro-Indiana. I'm pro-South Bend. We've got to get it together. We all win or we all lose.
Thank you.
How you guys doing? I'm just gonna say I'm Gary. Biggest part of you in here know me. I want to keep you short and sweet because I heard a lot of good stuff. I just want to say Constitution. I want to say equality versus quality. I'm not just going to talk about the homeless. I am a homeless resident at 3233 Lincoln Way West, Nights Inn. I came the Viaduct, all 4 tent cities. I'm also was appointed by the homeless as a street advocate. I want to speak for them because I don't want to talk about just the homeless. I want to talk about the neighborhoods. I heard this beautiful young woman. I watched her numerous times, how they put the zip cords in their backyard, their children play. My heart goes out to them. Okay, I want to talk about the community, the businesses, and the homelessness here in St. Joe County, all right? Yeah, we got people coming in from all over. Word's getting out. South Bend's growing. South Bend is helping the people that needs the help, okay? My heart goes out to the business owners, okay? Let's beautify the neighborhoods. Get it back to the way it was. St. Joseph Street, I used to live on St. Joseph Street at a halfway house, all right? St. Joseph Street is a very, very beautiful neighborhood, okay? I walked down that street. I was also appointed as top of the security for the homeless people whenever they were acting up on the church property. This man brought the city of South Bend an offer. They turned him down. All he wanted was the church to be repaired, a beautiful church on the inside, okay, with an auditorium, basketball, and everything in there. He just asked the city, let's repair this. Let's turn this for the homeless out here. But, beautiful man, Mario, I love you, you know that. All right. I'm not going to use that word that a lot of people wanted me to put in front of there because I don't want to be put at the top of the list just because I'm a veteran. No, no, no. I'm homeless. Okay. I'm a recovering alcoholic, a recovering heroin addict, and now I got this synthetic marijuana K2 stuff all in my system and everything, and I'm dependent on that. And I got beautiful people working for me. Beautiful people out here wanting to help me. Now,
Sir, you have 30 seconds to wrap it up, please.
Awesome. Equality versus quality. The Constitution covers all of us. Homeless, homeowners, business owners, and you beautiful people. Let's do what's right, guys. Hey, Mike, you're awesome. Lori, you're awesome. Every one of you out here is awesome. Now let's talk about that.
All right.
My name is Keena Kavanaugh. I was born and raised and have lived and worked and paid taxes and been involved in the schools and the community as much as I could be my entire life.
Speak up.
I went to Riley High School. My name is Keena Kavanaugh. Anybody who knows me knows me. You'll see me in a lot of places. You'll see me right now at Nights Inn. There are a lot of people out there that are good people that have no safety net. You are only as good as your safety net. If you strip everything away and you are left all on your own, and I'm talking take away your family, your job, your friends, everyone is gone. Can you survive? Can you sleep outside in the snow where there's nowhere to go to the bathroom, nowhere to even warm up, especially during the pandemic? This program is working very hard to transition into a better program and transition people out. Make them a part of the community again by starting this small community where they can learn how to interact and be involved and be responsible. And I see it every day. And every one of the staff members and volunteers in all of the pieces that come together to make this work, they give of themselves. They leave their homes and their families to come and deal with the things they deal with every day, happily and grateful to be able to make a difference. So if nothing else, at least please fund them for the next 6 months so that these folks are not back out on the street with no showers, with no bathroom, not human anymore. Because I would challenge any one of you to spend 2 days sleeping outside. 2 days. Could you do it with nothing and no one? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Angela Blake. I am the Assistant Director of Guest Services representing St. Margaret's House at 117 North Lafayette, downtown South Bend. And I'm a resident at 817 East Woodside Drive in South Bend, Indiana. And much like people who have come up and spoken previously, I work at an organization that is based on the principle of hospitality. We serve women and children in the community who live in poverty, and more frequently who live with homelessness. Our day center is only open on weekdays, Monday through Friday. Our primary goal is to open our doors to a safe place where women feel comfortable to bring their children. We address their immediate needs. We serve them food. We offer them a location to take care of any kind of needs as far as paperwork for free. We offer them showers, a safe place to shower in private, and most of all, just a community where they can sit for a few hours every day and just be at peace. The problem that I feel as a staff working there is that eventually we close our doors and we have to send these people out to God knows where. And with the pandemic going on, the increase in homelessness has made that God knows where even more frightening. Sending a woman with small children out into the wilderness is just a feeling that is very difficult to sit with, especially when you believe and you work for an organization that believes in the mission that everyone's dignity deserves to be respected and honored. When I saw the video that Motels for Now has posted on their Facebook page and on their YouTube channel, which I highly recommend everyone watch, it is a beautiful video. I recognized most of the people in the video, and when I watched it, I gasped because I'd never seen some of these people so poised and clear-eyed and composed, looking healthy, sharing. Normally, when I see people, they come to us hungry, frantic, frustrated, angry, exhausted, because they've had to figure out where they're going to lay their heads at night, where they're going to get the next meal for their child. And I slap a Band-Aid on it, but then I send them out into homelessness. This program has made such a difference in the people that we serve because it feels like that they have been able to gain their bearings and they come to us a little calmer, a little more composed, a little more hopeful, so that us filling out paperwork and faxing something off to them for them doesn't feel like it's just going out for nothing, it's going out for naught. They're able to feel rested and focused and able to feel like they can keep themselves together long enough to move on to the next step. Hotels for Now is a program that has been immensely impactful for the people that we serve. And I thank you for your time. And I thank you for your vote to continue funding it.
Thank you.
Good evening, Margaret File. I'm a founder and also board president of Our Lady of the Road. Our region has never before had a low barrier intake center or shelter. And we began this effort in response to an acute emergency in the context of the pandemic, as you know. We have developed effective systems and built an amazing, competent staff in the last year. We are working with neighbors to address concerns and have pledged to help them address chronic, long-standing problems on the west side of South Bend, like gun violence. We are committed to working for the common good of all in our community because each person matters, as you've heard tonight. As you've heard, the results of this first year's efforts of the motel program show that investment in this housing first approach can help the most vulnerable among us find the stability needed to then move into permanent housing and receive supportive care. These steps are almost impossible to achieve when people are sleeping under bridges and in tents year after year with no reliable access to water or sanitation. It is important to remember that a specific and explicitly stated purpose of the American Rescue Plan is to provide direct aid to address homelessness. This is the request before you tonight, to use this funding as specified in the law. We in the motel program are following our plan to move people from this low barrier shelter into housing, and meanwhile laying the groundwork for a permanent low barrier intake center. We are working with city and county officials to formalize the next steps in that plan, and I would be most happy to share that with you should you have interest. With the current federal funding available, we have a chance to, in our county, to eliminate tent encampments altogether and to ensure that every St. Joseph County resident is housed. Let's not let this opportunity slip by. This is a once in a generation opportunity, once in a lifetime. Let's keep our focus on this goal. We can do it. Some people have said, I talked with Councilwoman Hess today, some people have said, well, the pandemic has brought out the worst in people, and I'd like you to consider that the pandemic has also brought out the best in people.
You have 30 seconds, ma'am.
I'd like to say thank you to each of you for your support. The county government has stepped up to meet this crisis in manifold ways, not least by ensuring that our most vulnerable citizens not only could survive, but could thrive and even move into permanent housing. This is an amazing feat, and you should be commended. Thank you. So, yeah. The decision before you right now is a moral one. We as a whole local community have shown in this pandemic that we support the life and dignity of every person, especially the most vulnerable. Please vote to reflect this desire on the part of the citizens of this county to uphold the common good, which depends on the flourishing of each and every person. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mike Hammond, St. Joe County Auditor with offices on the second floor of this building. I don't know how many times I've come before you all and asked for your support for something that I was advocating. I have never felt so passionate about an issue, I apologize, that I do about this right now. These are our most vulnerable, weakest citizens. They need champions. They're hurting. We have an historic opportunity. We've talked about this potential public-private partnership. We have money. We have money. $52 million, $100 million between the city and the county. Without a blink of an eye, the committee that we were all on, we approved $4 million to pave subdivision roads, $600,000 to pave roads in the parks. I'm supportive of that. But what are we going to do for our most vulnerable citizens going forward? We need to support these people. Again, they need solidarity, and it's not just some vague feeling of distress for their lousy condition. It requires sacrifice. We need to sacrifice for them. We need to stand against the people who are going to speak ill of them. Maybe we pay a political price. I don't know. But we need to be champions for them. They deserve that. They're our brothers and sisters. I ask you, I implore you, I beg you, please continue to support this program. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak in favor of this bill? Hearing none, we're going to take a 5-minute break, then we'll continue.
Hello?
5 minutes.
Oh, too late, huh?
Oh, I'm sorry.
There were two that had hands up.
Whoever's online and wants to speak in favor, we're going to take a 5-minute break and we will address you when we come back.
Thank you.
That's like we go like how you Leo had no fucking name to all sorts. Okay, I'm done listening to this. I think they're gonna refund it.
Sometimes I get the delusion stuff and I don't get it all that important. Mischief or just write it up. I have to get my bag and got screened at everybody.
We're gonna continue. We're gonna reconvene. Is there anyone else present that would like to speak in favor of 9521?
Hello?
Me.
Okay. Go ahead, state your name and address for the record, please.
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
Yes. I'm a Raquel Blas, a homeless advocate and a co-creator of the Motels for Now program. I live at 2513 Erskine Boulevard, South Bend. When funding was first approved for Hope's winter amnesty under Pete Buttigieg in fall of 2016, it was anticipated 30 people would use the shelter nightly. In 5 short years, the number of our residents experiencing homelessness and housing insecurity has skyrocketed. The 2021 point in time contact in South Bend this January was over 500 people. Given the additional economic uncertainty of the COVID pandemic, along with the expiration of the federal ban on evictions, we should anticipate an increase in housing insecurity and should plan services and funding accordingly. The Motels for Now program was a response to specific CDC guidelines to contain the COVID pandemic and protect our houseless residents by providing non-congregate shelters. Ending this program now under such uncertain circumstances would definitely leave our community wondering why the county ended the program to protect all of us against COVID during the COVID pandemic.
Okay, I'm done.
Thankfully, as Marky mentioned, the federal government provided these funds for such programs as the Motels for Now through the CARES Act. But the council should be aware, Trump signed an executive order to reimburse 75% of non-congregate sheltering for the homeless during COVID, and likewise, Biden has signed an executive order to reimburse 100% of these costs through September 30th, 2021. And as of Friday, the county application with FEMA is under final review. We need time. As I've lobbied for support of the program, the most consistent feedback I've received from stakeholders and neighbors alike is there's no viable plan. In fall 2020, the mayor's administration formed subcommittees to identify obstacles facing our unsheltered residents and to produce recommendations, which they did in the spring 2021. In June 2021, the city of South Bend contracted Ann Mannix to produce this viable plan. Unfortunately, given the importance of today's vote, Mrs. Mannix has not the necessary or adequate time to produce a comprehensive plan with full stakeholder input. Again, we need time. I was also able to speak with Mayor Wood of Mishawaka on Saturday, who said committed funds for an earlier permanent intake shelter could potentially be used for a future permanent intake shelter. And the city of Mishawaka is open to hearing our plans. But if the Motel for Now program ends and if progress towards a permanent intake shelter moves at the rate and speed we've all become accustomed, it will be many, many years before another low barrier shelter is available to our most vulnerable. Assuredly, many of our unsheltered residents will lose their lives during this wait period. I've known 8 homeless people who died this year alone. Ultimately, the fate of this program will directly reflect on all of our elected officials who's had the distinction of allocating many, many millions of dollars in federal COVID dollars. We can do this. Please be patient. Although I understand the program's critics, which you will hear from, I believe the program administrators are listening to concerns and are committed to addressing this issue and continuing to develop the program our communities so desperately need, and which has the capability to impact generations of our residents in finding and sustaining stability in their lives. The funds already spent.
Ma'am, you've used your time.
Okay, thank you.
If you can wrap it up very quick, please.
Yes, my last line, please extend the funding. Please give us time to solve these very complex issues because setting us back harms our most vulnerable people who do not have the luxury of time, our houseless residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Clays?
Yes, thank you very much. This is Pam Clays. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I live at 1106 Bellevue Avenue, South Bend, Indiana. And these stories, I'm sure, bring tears to your eyes like they brought to mine. This reminds me of the time of the Great Depression. And I think our situation in St. Joseph County is as great as it would have been back then. It's worse than when Studebaker closed. We were a Studebaker family. My father bought the house from his mother for $1. Otherwise, I don't know what we would have done. These are critical issues. You've heard these stories. You know we can use federal dollars for these. We should use these dollars for Motels for Now and into the future, working with the cities to make something even more permanent. So this is a first step, and I ask for your consideration and vote to support the funding for Motels for Now. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Betts?
Yes, my name is Jennifer Betts. I live at 730 Cottage Grove Avenue, South Bend, Indiana, 46616. I want to thank you, the council and the staff and the community members and the public health officials and everyone that I haven't named for what they've already done. And I want to ask you to continue the good work that you're doing to house people who are unhoused. I won't go on long. I know you've already heard so many excellent reasons, but I wanted to come because so often I've come before the council and requested that you not spend money on things. And I am so happy to be here tonight and say, this is exactly the kind of community I want to live in. This is exactly what I want our community to spend money on, to help people who are vulnerable to be less so, and to help all of us build a better, more welcoming, more kind, and more compassionate place. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak in favor of Bill 9521? Is there anyone that wishes to speak in opposition of Bill 9521? Please state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes to address the council.
My name is Mario Sims. I'm senior pastor at Doulos Chapel, 608 South St. Joseph Street. I'm here to set the record straight. You know, when I hear somebody say that there's no low barrier housing, that's a lie. My wife and I bought Doulos Chapel in June of 2013. From June of 2013 up before the tent city, we housed 115 people, 15 at one time, with zero federal money, with zero staffing, zero. Contact Keenan Lane and see how many police runs we had. We had an emergency warming center, 50 people a day from December of 2018 until April of 2019. Zero funding, zero. We got a phone call last year from some housing activists saying that there was going to be a conflict at the city lot. And so my wife and I went there. There were over 40 police officers armed in riot gear. We talked to some of the housing activists, and we got the police department to agree to give us time to get these people moved. We didn't know how we were going to do it. We did it. Churches end up giving us porta potties. We fed every day. We had 87 homeless people in 32 tents, zero COVID, zero. 32 police runs, 28 came from our residents calling for outside. My wife and I have housed the homeless people in our house. Sister Clara, when she talked about her program, was housed in our church. Her sister last October rode on her bike 4 miles to come to our church so we could pray for her. 2 weeks later, she died, and I did her service. We live this. Well, we don't care. I don't want any money from them. I preach Jesus. Businesses and individuals fund us. Our church is paid for. We owe zero bills, nothing. This is a joke. This is ridiculous. The same people that stand here and tell you how much they bleed for the homeless are the same ones. News stories. Homeless waste thrown on homeless couples' tent. That came from the house at 614 St. Joseph Street next to our church that's owned by the lady who is the director of this program. They threw pee and poop on 2 homeless people. You're going to fund that? Look at the article. I'm a pastor. I don't just care for the homeless. I care for everyone. I shut down Tent City because it was affecting them. So now that it's not in Monroe Park, they're going to stand up here and say, we got to do something with the homeless. They were the same ones that were crying every day about the homeless affecting them. But it's not in their neighborhood. And oh, guess what? They're getting paid.
Pastor, you have 30 seconds to wrap it up, sir.
The lady that stood here, the black lady that stood here and said she's got housed. A week ago, my wife and I took a box of food from Cultivate Culinary to the homeless, the tent place, the motels, and she cussed me out and called me the N-word. She was there. You know, you need to look closely at this program. It ain't what you think it is. I've seen a lot of this going on. God bless you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Morgan. Pastor, I believe there's a question.
I'm sorry.
Pastor.
Yes.
Mr. Sims?
Yes.
So are you still housing homeless today?
No, what
Douglas Chapel?
No, I got tired of politics. What happens is the homeless advocates will attack us. They're trying everything negative so they can get funding. I don't have time for politics. I'm a veteran. I minister to 22 veterans a day. Many of them are homeless. I'm on the phone with veterans that are with a pistol in their mouth. I'm trying to prevent veterans from either taking the pistol in their mouth or coming out and killing you. My focus is on veterans. I don't have time for politics. I don't want your money. When we house a homeless person, if all you gotta do is drive down Lafayette Street, they're laying all over the street today. So we take them one-on-one. If they come to us and say they need a roof over their head, we do it. We get community support. We've got a big gym. We have clothing. We have food to give them. If they need the place to stay, we give it. We don't get any funding. There's a lot of success stories. I mean, we could talk about the 14 people we got jobs at Tent City, the 10 people who got housing. The issue here is the efficiency of the dollars. This money would be better spent from the American Rescue Plan like Sacramento spent. Sacramento got 494 housing vouchers. You cannot have large groups of homeless in one location. That's why they had over 300 police runs. And they didn't tell you about the security guard that pushed the homeless guy into the street and he was killed.
That ain't true.
Okay. Well,
That
we
is
got-
not true.
We got people here that can talk.
No,
We got
don't
people
slander
here.
those people.
We got people here to
Please,
talk
please,
about it.
Please.
We got people here to talk about it. One thing about me, I'll come with facts. Yeah, well,
Please.
Bernardo is right here. It
Okay,
sounds good to say
okay,
Pastor-
sir, please address Councilman Catan's right, please.
Let's not badger him if he's talking. I mean, I have a couple questions for him.
Okay.
So Pastor Sims.
Yes.
Having been in the business yourself, working with homeless for a long time.
Right.
So what do you see as a viable solution, I guess, would be my question to you.
Well, you know, we do a Jesus.
Or better
What
some-
we do is we reconcile people back to their families if possible. We try and restore relationships. A lot of the people in this program they've been homeless for years. I mean, that's the reality. You go out there and most of the people I know, because they went to this program, the homeless shelter, the Hope Rescue, you're just offering the same programs. It's individual, one at a time, restoration back to their family. They're homeless because their families don't want them. Why? You got to find out why. This is not a conveyor belt. Why don't the family want them? That's what you start with, one-on-one. The best thing to do is individual housing vouchers, scattered housing. All the services can be delivered to them the key is, do they want them? Do they want the services?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr.
Sims,
Yes.
how long ago did your program end?
I decided after we got all the complaints from the Monroe neighborhood and Dr. Filing Company, we shut it down. I got to the point, I don't need it. We were the only church that came to that lot that day. Everybody had a chance to house these people. This is the thing that blows me away. Our church was the only one that went to that city lot that day and said, move the tents. No one else did. And we had them for 61 days. It was supposed to be for 3 days. Everybody's going to help us. They didn't help us. Churches came in and gave us porta potties and tents and food and clothing.
Were you pressured by the city administration in regards to ordinances or anything like that?
No, actually, code enforcement helped us. The first week, we had so much trash that initially I and one of my assistants would load it in the church van and take it to Elkhart dump every day. That's how much trash we had. And then code enforcement decided to come by and help us. So they gave us trash containers and they would pick up the trash every day. Code enforcement helped. They would help us with that. We had police officers bringing cold water, bottles of water, and dropping it off to us. But no, the city didn't help us. But, you know, it's at the point, we're not going to play politics. I don't care. I'm not going to kiss anybody's butt. These people need help. They needed help today. Today. Housing people means you pick them up off the streets, you wipe the vomit, you ignore the smell. You ignore the fact that they're intoxicated or they're high on meth or Tushi, and you love them. You love them. That's what you do. It's not a conveyor belt. You love them. That's exactly what you do, one at a time. The whole point is to get them into individual housing and restore them back into right relationship with family. It's not government's responsibility, it's family responsibility. Fix why family won't help them. That's what you do.
One last question.
Yes.
How many did you house, Pastor Sims?
We housed 122 people from May of 2013 up until April of 2019. And then we brought Tent City in June. We had, at that point, 87 people, 37 tents for 61 days.
So you housed them in tents?
Yeah.
Tents?
We didn't have money.
Right, okay. Just make it clear. You housed them in tents.
We didn't have money.
Right, I know.
And everybody else had
saw
the
it.
opportunity.
You housed them in
If you were
tents.
If you were that concerned and you saw it on the news, then why didn't you go down?
I was
to
there
the
every
house?
Saturday. I was there every Saturday picking up trash and stuff and feeding these
Give them
people.
a place to stay.
We just did. We just did.
Mr. Hammond,
Please,
Tents.
please.
it sounds good to
Please,
say that.
no more clapping.
It sounds
please.
good to say that, but the reality is
Fucking
you
guys
did.
are
They're
assholes.
still out on Lafayette Street. Look at them every day.
Ma'am, this is not part of his allotted 3 minutes. He is answering questions from council members. So please.
They're out there every day. Drive by Lafayette Street. Drive by Main Street.
Any more questions from council for Pastor Sims? Thank you, sir.
God bless you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Starla Mitchell. I used to be a resident at Nights Inn. I'm not coming to badmouth the program because the program is a good thing. But the problem is not the program, it's the staff members. That's the problem. That's all I want to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bernardo Malone, founder of Justice for Michiana, address 2015 Western Avenue. Back in late of July, one of the residents lost his life on Lincoln Way West. I was there, interviewed, and the interview can be watched at Justice for Michiana on Facebook. The young lady who just spoke before me was one of the young lady I interviewed. And her concern, along with another lady, was the staff. We know homeless. I work with Tent City. I see people here today from Tent City who's just still homeless. That's the problem with the city. The city, I have asked the mayor to fund. He refused to help Mario Sims because he's vocal of the 911 tapes that the community do want to still hear. But moving with the homeless part here is the violence. I have 13 kids in the community. My youngest son is 7 years old. And when we at McDonald's, he say, "Dad, lock the door." He shouldn't feel unsafe at the age of 7 because of people from that hotel is coming over, panhandling, fighting, cursing. He's seen it. We know for a fact that the city is paying $7,000 over there. One of the key holders of the city of South Bend is Sylvester Williams. And he holds a key because of his leadership in this community. And I asked him, I say, how can the city move away from the homeless? He said, but then Mario Sims and Clara Ross at the table. And I say, those two, who else? He says, those are the two people who dedicate and making a change for the homeless. So yes, I asked you guys not to fund that program, to open up a different run, to bring people whose boots is on the ground to that table. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions for anybody? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jerry Niskoski. I live at 1113 Elliott in South Bend. Council President, council members. This is a very emotional issue. And before I start my comments, I just want to take time to recognize I have tremendous admiration and respect for the people who are working this program and helping the people at the hotel. It's a tough job and you're earning your angel wings every day, I think. That said, I think this program needs to continue, but not the way it is now and not where it is located presently. I'm opposed to this going to this hotel the nights in, the additional money. I want to support a program like this, but again, not there. Specifically, this kind of assistance should be given and conducted not in a hospital per se, but in a building or campus where you have better hygiene for the people that live there, for the grounds, and for the surrounding neighborhood. There should be security for the residents there. There should be security for staff there. There should be security for the neighborhood surrounding it. I live 3 blocks from this. I drive by it multiple times a day. I have witnessed many things. My neighbors, some of the elderly ladies are afraid to go to some of the stores because they get people panhandling coming up to them. They don't know what to do. When you're 80 years old and somebody's, hey, can I have $1? I understand it happens, but we need to be aware of that. If you go by the property, you'll see all kinds of furniture and items in front of many of the rooms. Litter is everywhere, as you would imagine. The adjacent streets that go to the north, Keller Street and Ryer to the west, are littered more so than ever. You see people panhandling on Lincoln Way, which I didn't used to see until this started. I mean, I didn't see to the extent that I see now. You also see that last time I drove by, there was a blanket or a rug over the fence on the west side of the property so people can get in without going through the front. I don't know if they have anybody checking people at the front, but that's how people get in and out sometimes if they want to sneak in to, I don't know, stay the night or to visit somebody. I don't know what's going on there. But the other thing is, a lot of these people I know have substance abuse issues, and you've got this place right 2 blocks from a liquor store this way and 2 blocks from a liquor store the other way. We can find a better location maybe. I see this more than anything as bailing out a slumlord. I think somebody here said earlier that 90% of the rooms were uninhabitable before you guys got involved because it's a slumlord that owns it and didn't care. You wonder why that building was leaking? Because he doesn't care. And we're bailing him out. I don't think this place should have been condemned instead of giving them money to put the homeless there. And I got to say, I just don't find that it's very respectful of them. Okay. So other than that, I just want to say that we do need to help these people, but this isn't the place. I am opposed to spending it here. And I will say, with all these beautiful people here, let's put the brains together and find a better option. Okay?
Thank you.
I thank you.
Hi, I'm Rod Kelly from Kirby Risk Electrical Supply. The gentleman earlier said that there were only 3 businesses opposed. I would say that we are the 4th. We are on 1331 Iowa Street, so we're about 75 feet parking lot to 2 of the buildings. And, you know, when I talk to the employees at the location, you know, there's 10 employees there and they're fearful. They're fearful because we've had vandalism, panhandling, shattered windows, vehicles that were attempted to be broke into. And, you know, just the fact that there's 300 plus calls to 911, you know, some of those are through the day, and that sends a message through our folks that says, look, you know, why are the police there? Is it something bad? You know, and so they're fearful. They will not use the rear parking lot anymore. I surveyed the branch today to see how many more cameras that we need to put up. And their concerns really aren't with the guests at Night's Inn. The concerns are the tenants there. You know, the concerns are the guests that show up, or maybe the 300 that are on the waiting list, or people that have maybe been kicked out of the program. But you know, the gentleman before me said it well. I mean, there needs to be a security detail for the neighborhood around that location. And if you drive by on Iowa Street, I mean, these buildings should have been condemned a long time ago. I mean, it is a mess. I mean, if you drive by today, there's a mattress sitting out of one of the rooms. I mean, there's trash everywhere. So just drive by it, if nothing else, to say, is the money well spent? So, I mean, we we're absolutely sympathetic to the folks that don't have a place to stay. But the people that it attracts with that many folks in one area, it's harmful and it's not safe. I don't remember getting any kind of zoning notification. So how is it zoned? Is it zoned for homeless or is it zoned for a hotel? So if there is a zoning issue.
Zoning for homeless, you stupid ass.
I'm sorry.
Mute him.
Okay. I'm just saying that if there was a zoning change, there should have been public notification sent out to all the adjacent business owners. And we should have had to say at that point, it shouldn't be the second round of funding. It should have been a long time ago. So I think that the business owners and the homeowners around the area should have been notified. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jesse Davis, PO Box 10205, South Bend, Indiana. So a lot of these people that have been up here and spoke, I know personally. I've been around since day one, since the first tent city was under the Main Street Bridge. I helped provide a lot of those tents. I had a group of ladies, which included Clara Ross, who came down to that tent city every night and prepared a hot meal. And we would set a table up and feed the folks because they didn't want to go down to the Hope and leave their belongings in fear that somebody would steal them. I normally would be a huge advocate for housing people off of the streets. Normally, this program has to have a better structure. There's got to be better accountability for the dollars that are being spent. I look at your thing tonight and it just tells me that there's 300 and some thousand for staff and there's no breakdowns of any of that. If you fund this tonight, you'll be at what, almost $2 million. That's a third of the cost of building the brand new Oliver Apartments over on Indiana Avenue that we've already spent on a temporary fix. So, I mean, you know, if we're going to be spending this kind of money and if we've got these millions of dollars of COVID money, that's just a windfall, then let's look at funding something that's a better solution than this. The Oliver Apartments, I'm going to be honest, I thought that was going to be a great thing, man. It ended up running way over budget. After I went on a tour with the guy from Heritage Foundation, a lot of us were under the belief that there was going to be all these wraparound services. They had all these beautiful offices and all of this stuff. Well, a lot of that didn't happen. The security was poor. I met a gentleman who had toes cut off. And a couple weeks later, I happened to run into him. And the guy said, look, I can't even get bandages. I can't get him to help me get medical supplies. The guy still had the same raunchy bandages on that he had had on for days on his amputated toes. All I'm saying is, if you're going to fund, let's fund it right. Let's not do it, excuse my English, half-assed. And let's do something that's going to be sustainable in the future. Because right now, this isn't a sustainable thing either. When you run out of funding from this COVID money, then where's the money going to come from? You can't come to me for more taxes. I'm already in one of the highest taxed counties in the state of Indiana. So all I'm saying is think long and hard. And if you're going to do this on a temporary basis with a bigger plan down the road that's going to be sustainable.
Thank you.
Derek Dieter, County Commissioner, District 2, but more importantly, 1740 Portage Avenue. I've lived in 5 houses on Portage Avenue in my lifetime. And as Mike and Raphael know, and others, I've been on the street my entire life, 39 years as a policeman in that area, 12 years on the city council. So I know a lot about this. And the biggest issue is not taking money away. The biggest issue, and again, everybody's passion, talking about what they need, talking about how it works, how it doesn't work, what we need to do. We need to find a viable option. And again, I applaud Mike, everybody from the county side of the government, but what I'm looking at is the city of South Bend has left us out there alone. They have their own money. And as the director said, and when you had a meeting at the church, this is a South Bend issue. 95% of the people come from South Bend. That being said, Commissioner Krasinski and I spent 5 weeks walking the area, talking to neighborhoods, talking to businesses, and we have a petition. If you want me to put them in the record, I will, of 21 businesses. If you want me to name them, I will. Aramac Corporation, Volcano Restaurant, Dugout, DRAMPJ, All Phase Electric, Rosemary Corporation, Kurt Concrete, Domino's, Unique Building Supply, South Bend Animal Clinic, Affordable Auto Rental, Burton's Laundry, Jonathan's, McDonald's, AutoZone, Advanced Auto, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Taco Bell, Discount Liquor, and a couple other residents who were afraid to give their name because they didn't want any repercussions coming. We asked these people what they thought of the hotel. These people were scared to death. It's caused businesses to lock their doors early. It's to keep them closed. It's to hire extra security cameras. They're talking about open air drug dealing, prostitution, urine, feces, needles, so on and so forth. So the people who live there and work there and employ dozens of people, and cumulatively, I think their property taxes are around 80,000. They're very concerned. Everybody that spoke here, with the exception of the one gentleman, I don't know where he left, either staff or residents. They don't live on Iowa. They don't live on Kentucky. They don't live on Vorty. Again, that's nothing against that, but we didn't have people who live there. And as the second speaker talked about, they were scared to death of when Tent City was down on St. Joe Street, that they moved, okay? But it's okay to put something, traditionally what happens in this area. Let's move it west. We don't care about the west side. Let's put it out on Lincoln Way. But guess what? People who live and work and thrive out there don't want it out there, okay? I get the whole concept of everything, but it is, if this was in River Park, would we have the discussion? Absolutely not. It would never ended up there. Would it be in Heritage Square? Absolutely not. Would it be down in the south side of downtown by the old mall? Absolutely not. But when the west side, throw it on the west side and they have to go. So at the end of the day, I don't know if any of you guys are familiar with the report that Mayor Buttigieg did in 2017. Y'all, you know that one? No, yes, maybe. How about the one Mueller did in 2021? Are you guys aware of those? The thing is, there was no elected county official on either of these. So do we understand that? The county was not included in these discussions. Okay, I know if you want to cut me off, but that's cool. There's interesting information. If you want that, I will give it to you. So if there's any questions, I'll entertain that.
Mr. Krasinski? Commissioner Dieter, on the Mueller report, I thought it did say that there was county involvement.
Well, I'm saying there was no elected county officials. I don't know of any county involvement as far as that concerned, but my point, this has been a city issue. The city has ignored, and somebody piped in about this, how it is zoned. It is zoned commercial, okay? And it's under a group residence, which means what? We're giving money to something that is illegal in the city of South Bend according to the zoning laws. Okay, so that's not debatable. The second thing is, in 2013, as president of the council, I co-wrote and put the common nuisance ordinance of loud and raucous noise and calls to areas of South Bend. Between fire and police, there's been 344 calls. So the question y'all should ask yourself, one, why hasn't the city done anything with this? Because after 12 calls, there's supposed to be fines and letters and sent to the owner. We met with Mr. Patel. There hasn't been one. Code enforcement people have written it up. So the other question you should ask to Pam Meyer and everybody in that office, why haven't you followed through with this horrific? Everybody's been out there. Everybody has been quoted. This is ridiculous. Why are these people who are trying to help have to live in this, but the city of South Bend hasn't enforced any of the laws they have? So that should be the question. Why is South Bend putting county out trying to do all this stuff when they have money too? They should be leading the forefront. They just hired a czar or whatever you want to call that, an assistant. They should be the one doing that. And again, I applaud Mike and everybody else here, but as the city of the South Bend, They should be at the forefront in doing this, but it's very not odd, peculiar, however you want to call it, that they have not enforced any of the laws and ordinances are in South Bend. If this was somebody else's property, they would have shut you down in a heartbeat. So that should be another question that's asked.
Commissioner, back when we first started looking into this situation, did you not file a FOIA request with the city of South Bend, or we did, to check the neighborhood code status, what was going on there? We wanted to do that first. And that came back from their legal counsel saying that prior to the Nights Inn, I mean, the Motels for Now moving in there, there were 38 violations. I think it was 38 violations previously before the Motels for Now came in there. And not one fine. Am I correct in saying that?
Yes, you are.
And then since August, since the Motels for Now people have moved it in there, till present, there has not been one, well, there has been one code violation, and I believe it's the fence that was just erected maybe a couple months ago. Mike, is that when the fence was done or whatever?
I don't know when the fence was done.
That the county paid for. I believe there was I believe the county paid for the fence, didn't Mike, to repair the fence or whatever?
John, do you remember the county paying to repair the fence? Is that, I don't think so at all.
Quotes, but I don't think we have.
Yeah, no, we got quotes about a security fence, but we didn't pay to repair the fence.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it seems that there's a disconnect. And again, I guess y'all would have to ask the city why they haven't been doing that, but if it was any other property.
Because we did see the violation that the fence was in this.
Yeah, the fence is still in disrepair, and I think they took part of it down today.
In that
actually.
same time frame from August to present, there were like 1,400 litter violations that neighborhood code wrote throughout the city, but not one for the Nights Inn in that time frame. Based on the pictures, you know, we get numerous pictures.
Well, that's my point. It's not fair to everybody here trying to do work in there. It's not fair to the people who are living out there. And I don't know, again, I don't know if there's any city people here. There's certainly not any city people here, but at the end of the day, that needs to be addressed of whether they're doing their jobs or not. And again, coming to the security left there on August 2nd. So whoever is there now, I doubt if they're registered in the state of Indiana, because as a security person, you have to be registered. You have to carry insurance. So I don't know, Mr. Triple, if that puts us at a liability with not having adequate security. When Mike and I talked about this a long time ago, I said the biggest thing that you need is very good security to help the staff do what they need to do. But that's just another issue. Again, trying to get this all together, but I think the city should be taking the lead on it.
I mean, that's not fair to the residents that are living there.
No, absolutely not.
I mean, this is no offense to Motels for Now, but you know, here we are fighting to keep this.
Well, they're doing the best they can with what they have. That's the issue.
You know, where is the owner of the facility? Why isn't he here to speak in favor of the program that's there?
I don't know,
what
maybe
has
catching
he
that
done?
check.
We paid him X amount of dollars. How much a month? 75, 72,000 a month? You know, what has he really done to improve the facility? I don't know.
I don't think a lot.
But Mr. Catan's right.
Yes, sir.
As a former battalion chief in the city of South Bend, how often does the fire department have to go out and inspect commercial buildings or hotels like this?
At least once a year.
Do we know if that's been done here?
I having been retired a couple of years, Bobby, I'm not.
The answer is yes.
I wouldn't know that.
Have they, Mike?
Yes,
I
they
don't
have.
know. I'm just
They have.
asking.
Apparently they passed the inspection, whatever it was, with the fire department.
Is that the same thing with the building department and so on down the line?
You asked me about the fire department.
I'm asking about the building department.
Yeah, no, I don't know. about the building
You know,
department.
has anybody from the building department?
No, and here's the pickle. If they really go ahead and they could shut it down, then what?
No, I'm just saying.
No, that's the issue. Is like, so they're kind of using some forbearance, which I appreciate. They're not blind, they're not being lazy. But if they shut it down, then what? Then these people are out back on the street again, and then you lose contact. So that's the
point
issue.
would be,
Mike,
what's
I'm
the
not
line
trying-
of
Mike, I'm not trying to be
demarcation?
negative here. I'm just saying, is it fair to those residents that are staying there that they're in an unsafe environment?
I'm not sure what you're asking about the city and its lack of action here.
Well, I don't know if city, county, or whoever is supposed to inspect those type facilities. Are they up to code? That's all I'm asking. Have they been inspected regularly to protect the people that are living there?
To protect the people. So now you're concerned about the people that are living there.
Well,
Yeah?
well,
That's
sure,
what
I-
it's, okay, so that's rich. So what we'll do, the whole issue is like, if we had some more funding, maybe, and we heard Mr. Falkenberg talked about addressing some of the needs in some of those rooms that could be rehabbed. So let's get behind that.
Do we own the facility?
No, we don't own the facility.
Then why are we doing all the repairs?
He said he would do it with a private partnership.
Okay, when we first started this, we met with you out there, Mike.
Right.
Back in, and that was the goal here is to have public-private partnership.
Which is where we're heading.
Where we're headed.
Yeah.
Have we? Do we
A
have
year
any-
ago, they were on the street, man. A year ago, they were intense. Look what we got.
Have we had any private partners yet?
Yes, we have. Margie Fowle could speak to that. We have people who are stepping up, who have agreed to give money to this. And when they see us standing shoulder to shoulder with the city of South Bend, they're willing to move forward. Now, I love what Mr. Niezgodsky said. Down the road, we can be in a better place. And Jesse, okay, you're right. What we need is a better facility, whether it's there or somewhere else. That's the long-term goal, a low barrier intake facility. This is a short-term fix for that. That's what we're trying to do. We're just trying to, just to keep it going so we can get to that level. If you say no to this, these people are back out on the street. And then we start all over again.
The
know what I
building
mean?
is up to code for the person that asked. The building is in a building code and the fire code. It's all been passed.
Okay, so that's the answer that I didn't know that was Erica Blas. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. They put in a brand new fire panel for the entire 3 buildings. Yeah.
So we're all aware of the problems. We're not stupid and we're not blind. What we're trying to do is to buy ourselves some time so that we can continue to build a public-private partnership to come up with a better facility that can do even more to help these people. That's what we're trying to do. It's a real simple concept. That's what we're trying to do here.
Why we're waiting though, Mike, why we're waiting? There's issues with the surrounding businesses and their employees.
Understood.
There's concerns there.
Understood. I get that. We hear that. We listen to that. And so how do we address that? Maybe better security,
Well,
right?
wouldn't you
Maybe
think
that's the
Mr.
issue.
Wouldn't
Maybe,
wouldn't you think that Mr. Battelle would be liable for that or would agree to pay for that?
I don't know. I can't speak to that. I'm not an attorney, but if we're really interested now in the well-being of the people in that place, this is new to me to hear that tonight from y'all, then let's all work, and the neighbors, let's all work together to try to come up with a positive solution. Let's try to do that. I've been begging the county council to get involved. I've been begging them to stand with me and do something. Dinah Hess comes to the meetings. Mr. Catan's right. I asked you 4 times to come out there. I sent 4 emails.
I've been there before.
You didn't respond to any, you didn't even respond to me.
I know what the facility's like. I've been there before.
Okay. You don't know what's going on over there.
I like what's going on over there.
Okay, good.
I
Thank
like
you.
the
And
activity.
I shouldn't have gone off on you. I apologize.
I
for
like the
that.
activity, what's going on out there. I do. I like.
All right. So the whole issues, I've been asking for help. And I'd love to see the city participate more. I would love that. And it's been like just moving an iceberg, trying to get them to come around to it, make decisions. But I'm happy with the progress. I'm happy with where the mayor is right now. We're making progress. I don't want us to screw it up. Let's keep moving. And then let's work together to come to a better solution, a long-term solution. That's what we need to do. It's a real simple thing. We're moving in the positive direction. Let's keep going. No one's going to look at that Motels for now and say, this is it. This is the end all and be all. No one's saying that. So I don't know what, you're bringing up stuff that's like, it's like Captain Obvious stuff. We know. So let's fix it, working together. Community and everyone else.
Mike, there's people before us that tried to fix it. There's
So
people
give
that-
up.
We're not giving up. Who said we're
Well, then
giving up?
why do you say there's people that went before us and tried to fix
President
it?
Morton, any more
The
questions for me?
The report says that they.
You good?
No, you know
I
what,
have one
though?
on-
We've gotten further in this last year than anyone anyone could do. And God bless the city with their meetings and their committees and everything. This group has gotten the job done.
Councilman Krasinski, do you have any more questions for Commissioner Dieter or Auditor Hammond?
I online do. Can you hear me?
Who is speaking?
This is Mike McGann. I'm the temporary former coroner of St. Joe County for the last
You have-
4 years.
You have a question for, who do you have a question for, sir?
Well, I have a comment to Commissioner Dieter on his response. We've been out there for the last 4 years, ending in 2021, with numerous deaths of the deplorable conditions of that place for my people when we had to go in there. We've had homicides, suicides, overdoses, and every time we went in, we had to be aware of the bed bug situation, the cockroach situation, and the ticks and the fleas on every one of the cases that we had out there. So we had to suit up, and Mark Catanzarite knows about Tyvek suits. I mean, we had to be completely suited up when we went into those rooms. I'm not speaking, yay or nay for the homeless thing. I'm all for, doing something for those people. But I'm just talking about the deplorable conditions at the Night's Inn. Every time we got a call there, we knew we had to take certain things with us. That's it.
Thank you.
Well, I want to ask a question of Mr. McGann. You said when you went there and dealt with all the suicides and so forth, was that during the time Motels for Now was there, or was that prior to that time?
Well, it was prior to 2021. So, from 2017 to 2021. When it was the Night's Inn, I don't.
So I guess your point is that it was before the group that now runs it was there.
Absolutely. All I'm doing is speaking
Well,
on
okay.
the
Well, I
deplorable
think that's
conditions
pretty
for when
important,
I was there.
right? That's pretty important, and it was before this group that's running it now that you're talking about.
Well, I'm just talking about the deplorable conditions of the place when we were out there.
Yeah, and we've
Deplorable before these new people took it over, yeah.
Was that question to me, Commissioner? Am I good? I can sit down?
Yes, sir.
Mike?
I'd also like to ask a question of Lori Hammond, who's the only city representative I know is here tonight. If she could speak to what she knows that the city is doing right now, in addition to providing the Oak Lawn services and what they're planning to do going into 2022. I don't know how well you can speak to that, but.
I can speak to what has been identified in our current budget for dealing with this particular population. The mayor has earmarked $4 to $5.9 million that will go toward these efforts. He's very committed to dealing with this population. They have hired Ann Mannix to try and write a overarching plan. The idea is to continue to work with the county to build a permanent low barrier intake center, which would be coupled with the crisis center that both of the police departments have requested, along with the crisis unit that would be out on the streets. So it would be part of a larger overarching plan to service the least among us, but there are definite plans and there are earmarks of money for these programs through the city, as we have seen as council members in our budget process.
President Moore.
Councilman Krasinski.
Ms. Hammond, you remember when we met at the Charles Black Center? There was a group of us, council people. I believe Mr. Morton was there.
Charles Martin Center.
Charles Martin, yes.
Yeah, Charles Martin on Lincoln. Remember we met Karen White and
yes,
Kenneth Lee and all of us met. And during that meeting, there was plenty of issues on the city side in regards to the neighborhood code, am I correct? That you or Karen was going to take back and.
Mr.
Eli-
Kaczynski, we could be here till 5 a.m. talking about the issues with code.
Well, that's where I'm going. That's kind of like where I'm going, because there's some issues there with the code department, and I'm concerned about that.
As am I.
You know, yeah, and I know you were. I mean, I'm not, this is not negative towards you. Every council person was concerned about the neighborhood code department, even Eli Wax, you know, he was dumbfounded, you know, but the thing of it is, why isn't it being addressed? You know, Eli wanted the same thing. He said, why can't the city address it? You know, and going back to your point, Mike, in the mayor and trying to find a plan and a solution on all that. I've sat down with the mayor twice in the last 5 weeks at length, not for 5 minutes, not for 10 minutes. I think both times were 2 to 2.5 hours. He is open to building a facility if you can find in the location. I gave him 2 or 3 locations. He said he was going to explore those, and it wasn't Portage Manor and it wasn't the Knight's Inn.
That's good news.
He was open. He said, Bobby, it is not in concrete that it's Portage Manor or the Knight's Inn.
That is a new development. That's really good news.
And I passed that on. I passed that comment on.
My question to this
Am I
is-
done, Dick? Am I done yet?
Well, you go ahead. and
Well, this
talk
is really
more.
good.
I've talked a
So,
lot less.
so that
than
dialogue,
Dick.
so that dialogue with the mayor is there. The mayor has the same concerns as I do, and maybe some others do, but I don't want to speak about the other colleagues here. We have the money. We have the money.
If you're done, I've got a
No,
question.
he's not.
We have the money. But what happens after 2 years? How do you sustain it? And who manages it? That was the mayor's concern.
Yeah, mine
Lori,
too.
Lori, you're shaking your head. Yes.
That
So-
is part of the overarching plan that's being developed. And Mannix is looking into that. They're looking at setting up a not-for-profit that would be funded through private funds as well as city and hopefully county funds to be able to run that. And they would hire a organization to run the low barrier facility.
You're saying
Lori, when do you
long-term
agree-
sustainability?
That would be
Is that-
long-term sustainability, yes.
And our contribution would be much, much less than it is now is the vision.
What-
Much less.
Well,
We got to get there. We got to
Well-
get there.
Lori, going back to what you just said about Ann Maddox and she's looking at this and looking at that. Are we included?
Hopefully.
I mean, has anybody been to a meeting?
Yeah, no,
with-
hold on. I am on the mayor's implementation team meetings. So yes, I have been
With Ann Maddox?
with Jordan Gathers and Ann Mannix and the whole crew.
Okay, that, you know.
Yeah.
don't
It's
you
gonna be
think
county
that-
financial
Don't you think that
contribution.
somebody on the council should be involved?
That would be awesome. Are you volunteering?
No, well, I'm not volunteering, but you know,
That's the thing.
how many more committees do I need to be on? You know, that,
Well, it sounds like this one.
huh?
Sounds maybe this one.
I'll volunteer, Mike.
All right.
We have been meeting in kind of an ad hoc group, which I very passionately call the Joint Committee on Homelessness, which Councilwoman Diane Hess has been attending, myself, Sharon McBride from the City Council. We've had Dr. Lamberg from the Housing Authority, very well represented in all areas. Although it's not a formal committee, that's
not
how
making-
we've been managing.
You're not making any financial decisions, are you?
Well, we've been deciding how to keep the motels for now running.
And there have been discussions about sustainability and the fact that the county cannot continue to be.
Yes, there
We
has.
can't
the
continue down
primary
this road. I
funder of
agree.
this
I agree, but there's
program.
got to be a better plan for us. I don't think there's anybody that's sitting up here doesn't want to appropriate money for the homeless. I don't think there's one person up here that would say no. If we had a good plan and we had, and working together with the city.
I might ask you a question. What we're talking about tonight is a program that runs out March 31st of 2022, 6 months from now.
Right.
Will you have your fine new programs put together before March 31st?
Yes, we will have the plan.
And do you think there will be wheels under it? That'll be, you'll be ready to go on March 31st, or you'll have a plan that proceeds?
I think we should all be aware that construction, especially in this current environment, has been delayed significantly. So for me to tell you that the center could be built, I can't do that. Supply chain
As
issues
a person
don't
that's
allow that.
spent a lot of my career in the construction business, I can tell you that I don't think you're going to get the place built by March 31st.
Correct.
And so therefore, this program that only gets us to March 31st is not in the way or somehow helps us with your program. It doesn't. The point is your program, which I think is wonderful, which I support and be glad to help in any way I can, I don't think picks up before March 31st, which is the subject of tonight's discussion.
But we will be able to secure public dollars. We will be able to secure a well-structured plan. So the vision will be in place. We'll be much further along in March than we are currently.
And private pledges.
But I don't think it's a good idea to put the people on the street between now and March 31st, because you're going to have a good program later. And that's what's
To
being
put them on
discussed.
the streets now? No, please. That would not be a good idea.
Right.
And winter's coming.
And winter's coming.
Lori,
But Lori, wouldn't you agree though that the landlord bears some responsibility here?
I've had my issues with Mr. Patel.
Yeah, we all have.
He has not been as quick to respond as we would like. Some of the repairs that they've chosen to effect on their own have not been the prettiest of repairs.
We've walked the rooms, we know,
But I have to tell this council the difference for these people between living in 90-degree heat with no bathrooms and no running water in tents. This is a palace to them. And it may look very offensive to us from the outside, but to them, they feel safe. They have a door they can lock. Their private property is secured. They know that they can shower and they have a bed to sleep in. And that means the world to them. And that allows them to begin their healing. And that's all we're asking, is to continue to allow them on that path.
I just had a quick question. You commented on the budget for South Bend and you said around 5 million had been sort of earmarked to deal with the homeless population. Is that rescue plan money or is that?
Yes, that would be the ARP money.
Okay. So that's about 10% of their.
Which is what was committed. There was the Potawatomi meeting and the mayor and Commissioner Castoni were there and they were asking for a commitment of 10%. So he has followed through with that.
Great, thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you.
I'm not sure they pledged specifically 10%, although that's what people heard that day, but.
That is what they heard.
There was a commitment that both the county and the city would dedicate funds.
Yes.
To the crisis intervention center for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Ms. Challenor?
Hi, Robin Challenor, 25612 Shorewood Court, South Bend, Indiana. I'm here first to say how much respect I have for everyone. Clara Ross, amazing, and Mike Hammond, Lori Hammond, they have come out to Portage Manor in meeting with me on the needs that the building the county actually owns that is also falling apart and needs major repairs. And we house right now 123 disabled adults. And 15 of those are homeless, came in homelessly. A lot of them don't have family. But this issue that you're speaking of, they don't want people downtown. We've heard them say that it's attracting more people to come. We're hearing them say there's 300 people on a waiting list. So, you know, when you say, well, what are we going to do? Throw them out on the street? Well, there's 300 people right now on the street in this plan. I've been a part of the mayor's working group as well. And unfortunately, it's very siloed. You have these other meetings that are going on and no one is working well together. And it's a shame for the people of St. Joseph County that are losing out. There are funds, and this is a city issue. Also, why are the people who are at the hotels for now not paying anything? A lot of them receive Social Security. None of them are paying anything towards it. I mean, 30%, can they give anything? At Portage Manor, they give all of their Social Security except for $52. We also have licensed nursing care there. We have a structure. We can reach out to physicians. Sheila McCarthy came out and toured the facility, and she was asking me, how do we deal with psychiatrists and how do we get help? Because we've been doing this for a long time. So it seems like a lot of people are not really sure what they're doing about security and about nursing care and about psychiatry. The county already owns a building and has a responsibility to those people. There's the YMCA, there's a Center for the Homeless, there's Hope Rescue Mission, there's, as you know, Our Lady of Our Lady of the Road, who I think all of their employees spoke tonight. There's Broadway. There's a lot of resources within this area. If they would work better together, we could get a solution and actually a pathway through. There's no pathway through. There's no pathway through for these people to live among bed bugs, to continue heroin. I understand housing first. There's a lot of money there too. So you wonder, what is this all about? And why are certain people involved in this issue? Why are certain people really, really pushing and very almost dramatic in funding this? There's a lot of money in homelessness and housing first. So why is the county going to pony up the money when you already own a facility that needs your help? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak in opposition of 9521? Either here or online? I see a hand up, but I don't see a name. AMD?
Yes, you. Hi, thank you. My name is Ashley Leader from Mishawaka. I'm just going to read something that I have prepared. I'm in the car. So I have a social work degree, and my career has been in mental health. I left the social work field because many systems and programs do not have an end goal of empowering people to take initiative for their own well-being. The end goal for any program should be short, not indefinitely. There should be a thought-out, well-devised, articulated plan for this homeless hotel situation. It doesn't really necessarily need a whole bunch more money dumped into it without a plan. There needs to be a goal where these individuals are productive citizens living meaningful lives, empowered to live their best life. This is true dignity. How many of these individuals are receiving disability checks? I would assume most of them. If so, there should be a financial guardian so that these individuals are contributing to their housing needs and basic living necessities. If there are individuals not receiving these checks, there should be people helping them get it because it's easy. What services are Oakland providing? Again, what is the end goal? They should each be working through a treatment plan. The Knights Inn will continue to be a nuisance to the community if there are no enforceable regulations. Are there sex offenders living there? Are there innocent children being properly cared for? How can you assure that all children are in a safe place if the crime rate is continually on the rise? What about hygiene, basic living skills, medical care? These should be fundamental if funds are going to continue. What is the end goal? What life do you want for these people? It will drive every decision from now on. Without a strategic plan in place, tied to strict rules and regulations, no system will succeed in this situation. In order for you to continue to fund any kind of activities here, you have to assure the public that you will be accountable. Otherwise, no more funds should be provided. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak in opposition of Bill 9521? Council. Councilman Davis.
President Morton, I'm sorry. I didn't want to speak against it. I actually am for it, so I guess I'm out of order at this point. So I don't want to speak against it. I want this to happen. So I will, yield the rest of my time because I'm out of order right now.
Thank you, Councilman. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in opposition of Bill 9521? Hearing none, I will close the public hearing on the bill. Do I hear a motion on Bill 9521?
Mr. Morton.
Mr. Catanzaro?
Heard a lot of good testimony both for and against tonight. I'd like to state my reasons, but maybe I'll do that when you call for council discussion. I would make a motion that we pass, make the right bill number on this, Bill 9521, with the exception of item A, only to fund it at $138,240, which is a 1 month. If you divide that amount of money they're asking for by 6, which is 6 months, I think there probably needs to be some accountability and metrics attached to continued funding for this. If again, you want me to go into my reasons, I'll be glad to do that at this point in time. That is my motion for a 1/6 contribution toward.
As a
the
councilman,
Motels.
can I have a time to talk about this subject?
Well, there's a motion on the floor.
I thought that we had, I
We
thought,
will. We will.
I thought I had a chance to talk before the motion was made.
Mr. Triple? Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
Okay. I'd like to address,
Yeah, there's a motion. No, there was a motion on the floor, but go ahead and make your.
I'd like to make some comments in general. Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. I'd like to talk about 3 things to you. The first is the inadequacy of the Nights Inn. The second has to do with innovation. For whatever riches I have in this world came from innovation, from a new way to look at an old problem. And the third has to do with what the good Lord might say about our thoughts tonight. I'm the oldest person in the world in this room here tonight. And so I really think so. And so I pay a little more attention to the Bible than I did when I was much younger. First, let's talk about the inadequacy of the place at Nights Inn. When I go home tonight, like so all of the rest of you, I'll get in a nice car and I'll go to an air-conditioned home and I'll get in a nice soft bed and I'll go to sleep feeling very good this evening because nobody, while I'm in that bed tonight, will try to take the jewelry off my body. And there'll be no one that will be trying to sell me drugs to keep my mind diswired. I will be safe tonight. And so for me, this place is inadequate. But for people who have been sleeping in the winter in a box, for people who have been under a bridge someplace, for people who sweat in a tent in the summer and freeze in the cold in the winter, the Nights Inn is a wonderful place, as was mentioned earlier. It is not in our shoes that we should walk when we make this decision. It is in their shoes that we walk when we make this decision. And I can say without any question that perhaps for at least a decade, these people have never been in a place as good as they are tonight. They're across town, most of them, and they're in a place that is heaven to them that we would consider inadequate because we are privileged. We are so wonderfully privileged. Secondly, let's talk about innovation. Let's talk about a new answer to an old problem. We already know that if these people are spread out all over this community, under bridges and in tents and in boxes, in cardboard boxes in the winter, we know there's no way to really get to them. We've had testimony tonight from professionals who said for the first time they're in a place where they can get some love and some professional help. And they can be found because they're to that place tonight. And that's innovation. That's a new way to come at this. And we have some information that there's been actually from that facility for 145 people who have graduated. And that's wonderful. That's not to be looked down upon as some kind of a failure by all those good people that are over there tonight and have been there all this time. Do they save all the souls? Of course not. But have they saved many because they're in a place where they can get some love and some attention and some care? Yes. The answer is unquestionably yes. But you may get tired of all of this data, all of this many people, that many people, and all of this. And so I would say it's time to look at this good book. Tonight, we stood up, every one of us, and we looked at that flag and we said, this nation under God. And the reason we said this nation under God is because our rights don't come from government. Our rights come from our Creator. And we are by our Creator created equal, not equal by our government, but by our Creator. And what does our Creator have to say about this debate this evening? It says here in Matthew, I was hungry and you gave me food. There's some food across town being given to hungry people. I was thirsty and you gave me to drink. Water over there is available, cold water. I was a stranger and you welcomed me. No one in this world is a greater stranger than the homeless people. That's one of their biggest problems. They don't have support. They are strangers. And I was naked and you clothed me. Yes, some clothing is available across town now. I was sick and you visited me. I was in prison and you came to me. Then the righteous will answer him, Lord, when did we see these hunger and free thee of thirsty and give them the stranger welcome thee and the naked clothed? And when did we see the sick and the people in prison? And then he says, what we all need to think about as we debate and we talk tonight. He said, truly, I say to you, as you did it to one of the least of these, you did it unto me. The homeless are at the bottom of our society. They are the least of these. And this book tells us what we should be doing, as my opinion. Now, that's my opinion. I'm not saying that it necessarily is your opinion, but as I get older, I find this book valuable. And as I stay in this country of ours, I'm reminded again, this country was under God. And what comes to us comes from He who is in this book. And the other thing I would say is I don't think it's a good idea that we say that these people hang out the window month after month while we decide month after month whether there's going to be a future to this program. I think they at least deserve 6 months, which is all we're talking about. But with that 6 months, I also say we are not, as a council, saying this program goes further than that 6 months. In fact, we insist at a council that all of this be worked on by the county and the city and all involved for a better program. So it is not a promise that goes on forever. That is wrong. But I think we should give ourselves 6 months to help these people come across to a better answer when it comes. And I would like to just say that I have spent a lot of time with this and I've been out there and I'm done, and I've stayed dumb about a lot of things in county government so that I can concentrate on a few things. And I believe this is one of the most wonderful things that's happened. And that to keep it going another 6 months is one of the most wonderful things we could do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. We do have a motion on the floor. Mr. Catanzaro, would you repeat your motion, please, sir, for clarification?
I'm going to modify my motion. And I just want to comment, Mr. File, I can't agree with you more on your reading from the Bible. Personally, I have the same personal beliefs. I certainly believe those personally, but I can't invoke my personal beliefs with my political responsibilities as a county council member. So that's why I'm not bringing that up at the moment, but I certainly agree with you personally, but I can't politically because of what I've been elected to do. So my motion tonight is, since you had your chance to speak, I'm going to have my chance to speak, I guess. I'm proud of the progress that we've made with motels for now. We've given hope and dignity, and we've shown compassion to people that certainly need it. I just feel it's been a not well planned out in terms of location and facility, not well planned out for the businesses, the neighborhood. I think we can do better for the people that are homeless. I think everybody here can probably agree on that. I don't think it's a permanent fix. I think right now the stars are aligned to put a team together, which we already have part of the team together. But I think we need to get more players at the table. I think we're poised for success. We've got some great institutions of higher learning. We've got the University of Notre Dame, Buffalo College, IUSB, Ivy Tech, that are all part of this plan, I think, and going forward, I think they'll continue to be a part of it. It's part of their missions for some of those universities. One idea that I had that came to me tonight, I've been thinking about it. We just got a change in our local hotel motel tax. I mean, why don't we consider approaching our state legislators to get an increase in the hotel motel tax, a small increase, not large, small, so we're still competitive, but a dedicated source of funding to approach homelessness, and put that on the backs of those who have the wealth and income and the ability to be able to stay in hotels. Why don't we have them help fund some of our homeless efforts going forward? So my motion tonight, Mr. Morton, and I have been in the Knights Inn on Lincoln Way West. I've been there when we've had to pick people out of the building that were trapped because the floor collapsed, right, and it rotted out from neglect and disrepair. And that's why my concern is continued funding that. It's not the right facility. It's not the right place. I just think it's dangerous to put the homeless people there. I don't like it being there. We can find a better place. And I think if we give it on a month-to-month basis, I'm not saying we give up on the program in 1 month. I'm saying if we do it on a month-to-month basis, let's have some metrics, let's have some accountability, let's have a dialogue where we can say, where are we at with the progress of finding a new location? Because there's 26 businesses, or how many businesses Mr. Dieter mentioned tonight, and Mr. Krzyzewski had been out visiting, that are not happy with it being in that location. Let's find a better location. Let's get the community behind this. So my motion tonight is to commit to, I gave a figure earlier of 138,240. That was the total amount divided by 6. I would retract and say, I don't think we should give any money toward repairing the facility any more than we already have given them. So I'd have to do the math on that. I would say my motion is to give a 1/6 payment minus the building and structure repairs at the motels for now in its present location, and pass the remainder of 9521, the other items in the bill. Does that make sense?
We have a point of
So
question.
my question, my motion is, I make a motion, we pass 9521 with the exception of item A, which I would say we pay 1/6 of it this month minus the building repair money, and develop some metrics so we can measure what progress we're making toward getting into a different facility.
I have a point of question.
Okay.
My question is, are you proposing that for each month for the next 6 months, these people are up for grabs as to whether we're going to continue to do this? Is that the basis of this?
No, I think we need.
Well,
I think
can they rely
I think
on
we
us
need to
doing
find a
this
better
for 6
place for our
months?
home. I think our homeless deserve to be in a better place, Dick. I don't think this is the greatest place.
Well,
for
but
them.
we've had testimony that we can't get them there within the 6 months involved.
You may not be able to get them there in 6 months, but let's get a plan together. Let's get a metric that we can measure, and let's get a plan together that shows that we're working toward. I know everybody is working toward it, but we need to, I think, have a better plan, because I don't think the businesses and the neighbors are happy about what's happening there. They were never consulted. There was never, it probably didn't have to be rezoned. It's a hotel, but it's being used as a homeless shelter. So there may not be any zoning issues per se, but there was a change of use, an obvious change of use for the property that had an impact on people that live and work around there.
It is not an ideal property. There's no argument.
No.
I
I will go on record and say, when I was there on emergencies in the past, it was substandard. And it may not be that way today, but
To those of us who sleep in a wonderful place tonight, it is substandard. To those that are there tonight, it is one of the best things that's ever happened.
certainly, I want to see us do better for those people, Dick.
Well, but it can't happen before the 6 months we're talking about.
Well, maybe a change of location with further planning to get us to the best place. I don't think that's the best place for us.
Can I, Mr. President, ask, Mr.
That-
Catanza, you made
that's my
some good
motion.
points. Mr. Catanza, I have just a couple of questions. Yeah, you're right. It'd be better to be in a better place.
Mm-hmm.
And we need to work together to try to get there.
Yeah.
One concern I have about, again, are we going to be back here every month having this debate? And then,
We'll be at our committee meetings, and we'll probably have a report as to where we are with progress.
there's another issue. You've got staff. These people have, there's the lack of security in terms of, knowing they're going to have a job. That's an issue. The other thing is, the city is looking at us, and I'm sure that Councilman Krasinski can point it out. They're looking for a commitment. And it's really difficult when they've said they're going to commit to spending $5 million on this, and we're balking at spending $800,000 to keep these people there. And I think I worry about what that does to that coalition. I worry about what it does when we go.
I'm not balking at spending $800,000. I'm balking at spending money toward a facility that's inadequate for people.
We're all there. We're all there. My problem is what I've had, my challenge has been.
I think $800,000 is a bargain toward homelessness.
I do. I agree. It's hard for me to.
But not there.
No, I agree. There is no other place though, unless you can tell me another place. I've been looking. We've all been looking. But the issue is like,
I got
what
phone calls into 3 hoteliers that I'm waiting for responses back from.
the issue is, the point is, they're looking to see if we're serious. When you go to donors, private donors, they're watching. They think we're serious now. I think this would hurt that.
Well, I think our commitment we made in the last year has shown that we're serious.
No, they have
That
been
didn't
watching
count-
and
that didn't
waiting.
count for
I've been
anything?
talking to them, Mark.
Okay.
I talk to them. I talk to these people who want to help, but they want to know, how serious is the county? How serious? And they were watching the city. How serious is the city? The city now has stepped up. I thought, oh, thank God, here we are. Someone talk about these, mentioned the stars are aligning. They've aligned. So that's why
Where's our other partner?
What?
Where are our other partners?
What other partners?
The city of Mishawaka.
Oh, let's not even go there.
The town of Walker.
Have you, well, why don't you?
New Carlisle, North Liberty.
How much work do you think I can do, Councilman Catanza?
No, I'm just saying.
Come on, man. You could talk to these people. Where have you been? Why don't you contact these people? Stop it.
Stop what?
Stop.
I'm offering suggestions.
You're not. You're saying, why hasn't someone contacted these people and these people and these people? You could have done
It's a
that.
countywide problem, Mike.
Well, then you're a county councilman.
That is correct.
You could have contacted these people if you cared, but you didn't.
I do care, Mr. Hammond. I don't
Mr. Hammond,
appreciate
Mr. Catanza,
your
right?
commentary.
Mr. Hammond, Mr. Catanza, right?
You guys have a motion
Please.
on the floor.
Please,
I do care. I don't appreciate that.
please.
I
Please.
apologize for that remark.
Mr.
Mark.
Hammond, please.
I apologize.
Please, please. Okay, there's a motion on the floor.
To Mr. Catanza, right, I had a little time here.
Sure.
This map, if you
Thank you for
remove,
doing the math.
remove the building and structures items.
Yes.
Divided by a sixth, I rounded up a couple of bucks, but it gets you to $117,750.
Thank you for that figure.
Chairman, I'd like a point of order here. If we vote for this, then what we're voting for is that each that the people have only a 30-day promise from the council?
No.
Well, then,
Yes.
then how does it work?
Yes, it's a 30-day
It
promise.
is a 30-day.
Okay, well, it's a 30-day promise, but it's not, like, it doesn't necessarily stop after 30
Well,
days.
but
Yeah, it
could
does.
stop.
Of course it would stop.
It is, I'm just saying, the motion as given could be stopped every 30 days, right?
I'm not saying it couldn't,
Right,
but that isn't necessarily
right.
saying,
No,
it's
man.
not
It
necessarily
could be
saying that it
stopped.
will.
Well, I know we're not predicting. The problem is the people don't know what we're going to do 30 days from now. That's the point of the motion. And what I'd like to know as a councilman, if I vote for it, am I voting for a 30-day, every 30 days? We tell these people whether they got a future or not?
Let's try and spend the next
Do I
30
have an
days.
opportunity to have a vote on the council here to say, we're just going to take it on for 6 months and get it done?
Let's try and spend the next 30 days trying to find a better place for the homeless people now versus pushing the ball 6 months from now.
I don't know how these people plan.
Because we know a
on
facility's not gonna be
30-day
built in
basis.
6 months, Jake. We know that won't happen. Let's find a better place.
They're going to find a better place in 30 days? No.
Why don't we all work to commit to doing that?
We'll be lucky if we find a better place in 6 months.
We want you to be on that committee and get things moving. Innovation.
As I said, I have a background in the construction business, and I'll guarantee you're not going to build a multi-million-dollar facility in the next 6 months.
We all agree to
So
that.
you know you're not going to have the facility.
Regarding the
Mr.
motion,
Canareki?
Councilman Catanzarite mentioned metrics that we might seek to meet in a set of time. And I've been thinking about that, and I think that we have a very clear obligation to the homeless population. Absolutely. As well as the residents, the surrounding businesses and their patrons, and taxpayers all around, because we're stewards of their money. But, you know, the homeless population, beyond doing what's morally right, and it is a moral question, but there's an impact, you know, and if we put these people out or create uncertainty, there will be an impact. But we also have an obligation to them. And I do have some concerns, you know, and those are concerns for the residents, those are concerns for the surrounding businesses. We're not going to find a place to put 100, 200, 300, 400 homeless people in 30 days or 6 months. I think we can all agree to that. But I would like to see maybe some more incremental moves to improving this. And these are things that could be done in shorter periods of time. We've got to immediately improve security, you know, both for the residents and for the surrounding businesses. We got to focus on getting rid of these pests, and I'm sure that you guys are, but that, again, that's a, you know, concern for the surrounding people. There's a great idea that Robin Challenor brought up regarding the financial recapture of some of these assets. You know, we don't want to rob these people. This is not a for-profit situation, but some financial consulting to help them gain access to more permanent housing, you know, would be important. And that financial consulting not only would come in the form of trying to help them manage their money and learn about that piece, but also a lot of these people may be eligible for aid that they aren't applying for. I don't know if there's access to that going on out there yet or not. But, you know, and some of this stuff might just be a lack of communication. You know, it sounds like people get asked to leave the program. But I'd like to ultimately learn a little bit more about the why, you know, and what that looks like, and maybe share some of that with the public to let people know this isn't just, you know, a place where people can walk apparently 2 blocks in either direction to get booze and just go sleep it off at nights in, you know. So I think learning a little bit more about, well, and even the stories we heard tonight about these people really do want to stay there. And even when they do get kicked out, you know, they're trying to get back in. So that meant a lot to hear that. But the one thing I wrote down here, there is, maybe there is, again, a miscommunication, but it doesn't seem like there's any third-party oversight. And, almost any entity that is serving others, especially those that are vulnerable, has some level of oversight. So all we've had here is kind of anecdotal evidence from one side or the other. So I'd be really curious to hear about an entity that could serve as an oversight body for the work that's being done out there and report back to us, because we got to have a set of standards that we rise to. And we don't get there in 30 days. But some of these metrics, I think maybe we could achieve in 30 days. So just speaking to a shorter term period, I think that there are solutions we could be aiming for.
Thank you.
Mr. Morton.
Mr. Krasinski.
I would second Councilman Catanzarite's motion, but if I can make one comment on your motion, Mr. Catanzarite. I'm with you until the second motel, the 30,000 for the second motel. Why might move the problem somewhere else? Also,
Well, maybe not a motel, but a facility, a structure that could be converted or a motel that, I'm saying there might be a more desirable area that would be less problematic for surrounding businesses.
Well, I think there's this 30,000 is for, Mike, correct me if I'm wrong.
That is for people who have gone to rehab and come back and they don't necessarily want to go into the motels for now environment and start using again. So the idea was to use that hotel that's way out on Western Avenue that's
I know exactly
isolated.
what it is. It's in my area.
Yeah, so the idea is to put otherwise what's happening is that people go to rehab and then they relapse. So this is, if you want to have a better bang for your buck in terms of investing in the homeless and getting them squared away, it would make sense to take some of that money and have them stay at that motel so that they can fully recover.
And how many rooms was that gonna be? How many rooms?
Margie, how many rooms? 5 rooms.
That was for the 6 months.
Yep.
So Corey, when you did the math, I'm sorry, Mr. Krasinski, Corey, you did the math, you included that
I did.
30,000, so that's part of the 117.
I'd like to hear from our lawyer for a second on a point of count. I for certain think that these people deserve some kind of an answer that lasts for 6 months. I don't know how they run the place on a 30-day basis. If that is my position, how do I vote that position?
Well, if you vote no, you're voting against 30-day funding. If you got 5 written, then the motion will fail, then you have another motion.
So the only way to do it is to vote against the 30-day solution, even although I want the solution itself.
Correct.
Well, if that's the way I have to vote, I will vote against it.
Mr. Nolan?
Or you can choose to amend the motion to what you want it to say, and if that amendment passes.
Well, then I do have an amendment.
No, there's a motion.
Oh, the second, yeah.
There's a motion and a
Okay.
second on the floor.
I'll go along with Mr. Hammond and with the 5 rooms at the Royal Inn, which is.
Royal Inn, yeah, I couldn't think of the name.
Okay, so we do have a motion and a second on the floor. Correct, Mr. Triple?
Yes.
Thank you. Any further comments on 9521? We have a motion by Mr. Catanzarite and a second from Mr. Krasinski. Any other comments from any council member?
I guess just to put another question is so at the end of the 30 days, what happens? So they come back next month and request another.
I think at our committee meeting, yeah, we would have or between now and our committee meeting, hopefully some work will be done to try and find a new location.
You have to address this at the next committee meeting for it to be voted on next month. So you got 2 weeks.
Correct.
So in 2 weeks, we're going to be talking about this and hopefully looking at metrics and looking at, I guess you guys are going to find a new place, some new spots. So that's good news.
At least investigate new spots.
Yeah, we've been investigating new spots. That's the point. So hopefully you guys will find something that I haven't found and we haven't found, or the mayor is allowed to find. So
we'll identify metrics at that time, or
I don't know.
if that passes, they walk away tonight, with 30 days worth of funding and what do we want them to do?
And they don't even know what the metrics are supposed to be adhering to.
I
They have
think we
no
should try and
idea.
Find a better new location for these residents. I think that's my charge. We need to find a better location.
See, okay.
A new location.
Find a better location in 30 days, then.
We'll have to reconsider it again next month.
So that's the idea, is to wait for 30 days and then.
Not wait for 30 days. Work
Well, I know.
Work for the next 30 days.
To try to find, so are you going to undertake to work with the mayor of South Bend to get him to allow us to find a place in the city of South Bend? Am I hearing that?
I'll look anywhere in this county for a place that'll be acceptable. That's.
Will you undertake to contact Mayor Mueller to find another place in South Bend to put a facility?
Well, could we have?
They have to be in South Bend?
It'd be better if it were in South Bend. It would have access to facilities. I mean, you could store them way out in the county, then they don't have access to their jobs and
Talking
other
about
things.
Places on a transportation route,
Mhm.
public transportation.
That would be great.
Yeah.
So-
Have at it.
So could we look at a different metric for like a 1 month period, like to fix the security issues?
Like Joe had mentioned.
Yeah.
And fixing the security issues will cost money, yes? And you're cutting this?
We could use. Why are we leaving I'm sorry.
John Murphy.
We could use existing money that we already have appropriated. You know, how we transfer the money from money that we didn't spend of the original CARES Act. We have money in the American Rescue Plan that could cover the security for a period of time.
So there could be extra money allocated for.
Yeah, we could handle that.
For security, and you just got to tell us what you want in terms of security and we'll buy it.
The other thing, this appropriation doesn't determine which hotel you need to spend it at. I mean, if you were to appropriate this for 6 months, that doesn't mean you couldn't change hotels during that time.
That's a very good point.
This is just the dollar amount.
Very good point. You can spend it
That's
anywhere.
why I specifically said I wasn't in favor of the Royal Inn, but I'll go along with that.
Why not appropriate for 6 months and then you find a place, we got the money there, it's appropriated, we spend it there.
Why are we leaving the owner? Why are we giving him a pass?
I don't think he's gotten too much of a pass tonight. I think he got beat up pretty good. No one's, no one's, I mean, what could he contribute to this conversation?
Being a partner? He's not a partner.
Okay, so we walk away. We just fund it
I
from
didn't
one.
say
way.
that, Mike.
Okay.
I just said he wasn't a partner.
I get that. We all know
Okay,
this.
Mr. Hammond, okay, that's fine. All
Rafi,
right,
you
we
know it.
have a motion and a second on the floor. Any other comments from any council member?
I'd like to say, because I kind of walked in here, there was some, I want to say off the cuff conversations with a couple different council members about doing this for a month. And I think I was probably leaning towards that as I walked in here. But it really just in the last couple of minutes here, I mean, it really doesn't make any sense to do that because if the money's appropriated and we find something better, if we do this work, the magic happens in the next 30 days, we can move it to where we want. Now, we'd have to go back and pressure to, okay, we're gonna pull the funding, if they didn't want to move and we wanted to move, something like that. I can't hear you. Sorry. So if the funding is there, we're not tied to this location. If things.
Is there a contract?
Yeah, and it's month to month. We could break it.
And
like
they had
that.
said that before. They said that before.
It's a month to month.
So if the panacea solution showed up, we're not actually tied to this facility.
Nope.
We're certainly not tied to this facility long-term. I think everyone's commitment was pretty evident that nobody wants to stay here long-term without major improvement, basically a new facility there, or we're hoping to find a better location. And being in county government long enough, I know how fast things work. So you may find somebody that wants to talk to you on the phone, but actually getting this deal done is not going to happen in a month or two. So I think I got to lean towards, 6 month, and we should, as a council or as a small group or something, apparently it has to be a small group now because we can't do anything with a majority. Need to be engaged in this process over the next 6 months and make sure that these things are happening, whether it's the security upgrades, whether it's the the pests and all these other things that absolutely need to happen to make the neighbors safer, make the residents safer, and make the staff safer has got to be the first thing that happens here. Yep. And then we can look at whether we're going to improve the rooms or whether we're going to expand it, But I think that absolutely has to happen first. And I'll be involved as much as I can as far as developing these metrics that we want to see to help the process along. I just wanted to share that before the vote. I think I'll probably vote against your motion, but
I got an idea. Lori indicated that the mayor has $5 million in his pocket that he's probably burned a hole in it. Why don't we ask him to fund it for 6 months and give us time to,
He's funding the wraparound services and he's funding the Hope Rescue thing, the stuff with Hope Rescue to provide the meals. And he is waiting to see what you're going to do before he commits to funding it, to continue doing that for 6 months. And then he wants to work with us to build a long-term intake facility.
So the 5 million,
do we know how much the wraparound services have cost, Mike?
Yeah, John Horsley, how much do the wraparound services cost? How much do you cost us, buddy?
I believe Commissioner Dieter sent after your email today, John, I believe Commissioner Dieter followed up with an email asking you that question.
He did so, and it was so late in the day that I emailed him back, tagging in our CFO and asking our CFO if he would give him a accounting, both revenue and expense, for what we've received from the city for this project. So, but it was so late in the day that we didn't get that.
Can you give a ballpark figure?
I'm going to go, John, do you remember that number? While he's pulling that up, because I gave that number to him, it's important to understand this is a contract for services. It's not a lump sum. So we're actually providing the service and then keeping a record of those services and then billing the city for those services. So we're not getting like, $100,000 and then maybe we could get by with only spending 30 and keep, 70. We're actually billing costs. So there's no overhead.
John, is there a Medicaid billing or Medicare billing?
I'll address that in just a second.
159,000 per quarter. So every 3 months, 159,000.
So that's about 50,000 a month.
We'll take that deal.
Something like that.
640 we'll take that.
Yeah.
Was that for the contract or is that the contract plus the a la carte services?
So what they're receiving is approximately 10 recovery coaches working 8 to approximately 7 or 8, 6 days a week. Some case management services. We've also spent money on a transportation driver. We've spent money on buying critical documents. We've spent money on renting a room so we can operate out of at the motel. We've also spent money on a small house so that we could have staff meetings and groups off site that's nearby.
But I guess what I'm asking is, so that number, John, that you gave, is that the grand total what the city is paying over a quarter, or is that the base and then we're adding on these additional expenses?
Above the 129.
So what we're doing is billing our expenses to the city. So payroll expense.
So that came out, all those expenses together in aggregate, 150 grand for a quarter.
Well, so 150 plus the meals. I actually have a breakdown here of per person.
John, would you come up? You need to.
I have a breakdown here of per person per night so that you can see kind of the ratio for what the city's covering, what the county's covering.
Okay, that I can see those blobs, and that answers the question well enough to I think answer our assumption that right now we're paying the bigger piece.
Yes. Yeah. Right.
Yes, we are.
And I do want to address the Medicaid thing. We do leverage Medicaid funding for those who have it. And then certainly, once people are fully engaged in our services, meaning they've come into Oaklawn and said, yes, I want your services, substance abuse services, mental health services, psychiatric services, therapy, whatever the case might be, we are leveraging Medicaid funding for those.
Okay, so, and the other John, I'm sorry. Earlier, I saw you nodding regarding the whole financial consulting piece. I mean, is somebody helping these people get access to services out there?
That's exactly what our coaches do.
So you're actually helping them get on the Medicaid and all that business?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, so this is a question that I hope isn't rude.
Yeah.
But if you're billing the city 150 grand and now you've got all these people on Medicaid and you're billing Medicaid.
We're not billing both.
Okay.
They don't magically get on Medicaid. Okay. So there's a gap between the work we have to do with them to get them to the point to cooperate with healthcare navigation, to get on Medicaid, case management to get on Medicaid, and get into services, which requires a full assessment by a master's level clinician, a plan of care like the social worker was talking about here. All of that's required to leverage Medicaid dollars. There is a lot of engagement services that have to happen before we can bill Medicaid. So that's the gap that the city is filling.
And by
it would
time they
be
get
illegal
covered-
and I'd be in orange tonight if I
Okay.
was double billing.
You don't go back
Yeah.
John, but John,
Once they qualify, you don't go back retroactively from start of date of service?
We can, and then that money is refunded back to the city if they reimburse for any of those services. But typically our recovery coach services we're not able to go backwards because the services start at the date of the plan of care was signed. So we can't retro date a plan of care that was established 30 days into it. Does that make sense?
Beyond the health coverage piece, do your consultants also help them gain access to Social Security or Social Security disability, that sort of stuff?
That's part of what our case management does.
Great, cool. That answers that. Thank you.
Mr. Krasinski?
but John, but this is on, what you're building the city, this is on top of the 2 million that we're paying.
You're not paying us anything.
The county writes a check to Oaklawn.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, sorry. You're talking about another bucket of funding.
Yeah, but
And let's not go down that road because I can give you a huge accounting for what that $2 million goes for, which is a lot of other services we're providing.
Some of us would like to see that. You know,
Yeah,
we
well,
don't-
I'm happy to provide
I
that.
know we get reports from Mr. Murphy. you
Yeah.
know, but
Happy to have our CFO meet with you and provide all that information.
Any more questions?
From Mr. Horsley or?
Did you have a what
Any more
point were you
questions?
making?
People wanted to, I can speak a little bit to services. I mean, in addition to what Oaklawn does.
About that
Wait, no,
funding
no,
for
no.
the city.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I had a question again. Lori, you had mentioned that the mayor had talked about $4 to $5.9 million he's pledging to homeless efforts, which would include this kind, for the full thing. So in other words, that's a big hike up to what he's been spending so far. What the city's been spending so far. I mean, so far, the city's been spending for the Oaklawn and also the meals, is that true?
Yeah.
So, but there is going to be a big increase into what the budget is going to carry next year for homelessness in the city, correct? Right, right. So, correct. So he's using ARP money that way. I mean, the county has not spent any general fund money on any of this project. It's all been either CARES Act or ARP money that we're talking about. And certainly in the ARP buckets that we keep talking about, different buckets of things, one of the issues is promoting equitable outcomes. And under that, it says, comes homelessness and crisis mental health and unemployed. I think, those three items kind of are ticked off with this project. So to pledge 800 and whatever it was, $29,000 less. I guess I do have some problems with paying Mr. Patel for the building and structures, but kind of really fits into that category of ARP funds that we have to spend. So
I can't agree with you more, Ms. Hess.
Yeah.
I agree.
So.
However, I just want to be the right place.
Well,
That's
I
more
agree
fitting
with
for
that.
these people that deserve better.
No, and I agree, but they're not going to be able to move into that place magically in a month. It's just not going to happen. Probably not even 6 months, but if they could, let's say they could move in, well, God forbid, January in the middle of the, but let's say they find a place in 3 months, or again, that money would just still apply to that new place, right?
Right.
So they're not bound to nights in, I guess. Nobody wants them out of that place any more than I do. I remember shaking my finger in Mike Hammond's face the night I went out there, see, he's nodding and saying, I really don't want to spend any more money in this facility. But at this point, they aren't there yet, but there's been movement toward that. There's been discussion about getting a new plan, becoming sustainable, getting the private-public partnerships going. But that does take time. And as they keep saying in these meetings I've attended, they've been kind of been building the airplane as they're flying it, so to speak. And so it's been difficult to try and pull all of this together. They've increased staff, and I don't know if you want to hear to how they've increased staff and why, and what kind of personnel they have now on the Our Lady of Road staff, in addition to the Oak Lawn team that's helping them. I think there's 10 people all told, 5 staff members on Our Lady of the Road. And so the staffing, they've learned things as they've been going this last 12, 13 months. And so I think it does take time to build something like this. I didn't get a chance to ask the question, and it's getting late, but I know there's also been some conversations with a group called Community Solutions. I think that's the name of it. And I don't know, I was going to ask the status update on that to see where you're at with that. I know there's been some issues with having to prove continuum of care and so forth in order to get affiliated with that group, but they're a national association that does this kind of work all over the country. So there has been movement. So, and there have been services provided, and there have been success stories. So, and that's where we're at. So I more than the rest of you maybe want to see them out of that motel. But at this point, I think like Corey said, if we do this month to month, I'm not sure that's going to be helpful. And Mr. File, but if we just ask for an accountability, more accountability, and that could come through those meetings that I've been attending. So other council members who want to attend those meetings too are welcome to do that. And there could be monitoring that way. So.
One other thing that I think the council is very aware of is, and certainly I am as a businessman, is that we are in the biggest crisis we've ever been to find people. It's very difficult to find staff. So if I'm the lady of the road and I have all this staff to make this place work, tell me how I can function if I am up for grabs every 30 days. I have no way to say to my people with any certainty that they're even going to be on this project 30 days from now. How can they function with our council saying, we're not willing to make a 6 months commitment so that you can keep staff over there? I frankly don't know how they run the place if they're up for grabs every 30 days. I wouldn't try to run the place if my contract was a 30-day contract, subject to who knows what happens. How does Our Lady of Road function with this proposal we have?
So, I mean, I don't know if we could include in some motion we do that we ask for an accounting or provide these metrics that we talked about, that they provide those every month, that we ask them to meet certain metrics and they give us a report every month. So we know that they're moving along that path toward getting out of the nights in and getting to that where they're going to be in 6 months when this funding runs out.
I would suggest they don't have a path. There is no path. The path is 30 days long. That's the path.
Okay, all right, Mr. Root.
Mr. Morton, I have a procedural question, and that is Mr. Catanzara's motion an amendment to amend this proposal, or is he actually trying to take us to a final vote on the proposal? My concern here is if he's just making an amendment to the proposal and it gets defeated, that's fine. The motion then sits back on the table. We can deal with it again. If this is a final motion to move this and it's defeated, our rules say it can't be brought back up again for 6 months.
It was a move to amend, wasn't it?
So I'm thinking this
Yeah, it was a
probably
move.
should be a move to amend, but not the final
No,
vote.
it was.
That's what he said.
It was.
He was approving, or his motion was approved, bill number, whatever it is.
So yeah, that
Except
would
for
be,
eight.
no, you're right.
We'll vote on an amendment.
Right,
Once the amendment passes, then we'll vote on the proposal.
Right.
correct. So there's a motion and a second on the floor to amend the proposal. Correct?
With all his excitement.
What was it? What was it?
1
You wanna
month.
go one more time, Mr. Catanzaro?
Motion to amend Bill 9521 for full passage with the exception of item A, which has, I was going to amend item A with a figure of whatever Corey set out,
17,750.
Which comes out to 1 month.
$117,750.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second on the floor. Any other comments? Hearing none, clerk, will you please take the roll?
Mr. Root,
To the amendment, yes.
Mr. Krasinski,
Yes.
Mr. Nolan,
No.
Mr. File,
No.
Ms. Hess,
No.
Mr. Taloyan,
Yes.
Mr. Catanzaro,
Yes.
Mr. Kanarecki,
No.
Mr. Morton.
No.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Motion fails 5-4.
Move for passage.
Second.
Motion and a second on the floor for passage of Bill 9521.
For clarity, that bill is a 6-month financing.
Yes.
As read.
And there's been plenty of comments, but I got real short comment here. Is that I just want to make everyone clear from my perspective. I don't think that this is a grand solution and I'm going to expect, security and improvements and plans in place and things like that by the end of the 6 months, or it's going to be real tough to convince this council to go forward at this type of level. This is not sustainable. We need to have a better path at
As
the end
well
of
it
this
should be.
timeframe. Thank you.
And I think
I look forward to seeing it, truly.
One more thing that I'd like to say is because we have a month-to-month contract with the Knights Inn. I would encourage everyone involved to try and look for another place. And I say everyone involved, including people up here, to see can we secure another place, because that's really one of the biggest issues. The problems with the neighbors. I know firsthand because I work with that neighborhood with code enforcement issues, and now I'm working with that neighborhood. I'm talking about Ryer, Iowa Street, Kenmore, on this issue, and I'm getting calls every day. So to me, that's a main priority, to get out of the Knights Inn. And I know it's not, I know that's a tough task, but that has to happen sooner than later. So like I said, since we're not bound to the Knights Inn, we're on a month-to-month basis. That really is one of the main reasons why. And like you said, the sustainability and the workers and all the efforts that are put out there, as long as we can get out of the Knights Inn and move forward with a better facility, let's hope that can happen sooner than later.
Another really quick. I think the council has spent a lot of time pointing out everything that isn't right. And I think very briefly before we vote, I would like to applaud all of your labors in doing this and all of the information you provided and the passion that you guys have for this issue and the homeless population. I just wanted to say that. Thank you all.
I agree. No question about that.
Any further comments? Hearing none, clerk, will you please take the roll?
Mr. Krasinski,
No.
Mr. Nolan,
Yes.
Mr. File,
Aye.
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Mr. Taloyan,
No.
Mr. Catanzaro,
No.
Mr. Kanarecki,
Yes.
Mr. Root,
Yes.
Mr. Morton.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Look. Please, 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 please. Mr. Hammond, what was the total?
Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3.
Let the record show that bill number 9521 passed by a vote of 6-3. Clerk, will you please read the next bill, bill number 9321?
9321 is an ordinance transferring monies for the purpose herein specifies for the department herein listed of Sanchez County Government Emergency Rental Assistance Fund. Mr. Murphy will address the council.
Ms. Hess, committee report, please.
Mr. President, Bill number 9321 comes to the full council with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you. Petitioner?
Hi, this is John Murphy from the auditor's office on the second floor of this building. 9321 is just a budget transfer in the emergency rental assistance program from utilities line item to rental assistance. When we did the original budget, we didn't really know how much would be spent on each. Corey Sipka and her team are just killing it as far as getting this money out. We're in the top 10 of all Indiana counties in releasing our ERA money. So she's just doing a fabulous job. So it's just a transfer from utilities to rental assistance. Be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Any questions from council for Mr. Murphy? Hearing none, we'll open a public hearing on bill number 9321. Does anyone wish to speak in favor of this bill? Does anyone wish to speak in opposition of the bill? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing on 9321. Do I hear a motion?
Move for approval. Second.
Motion to pass bill number 9321 was made by Councilwoman Hess, seconded by Councilman Nolan, third by Councilman Kanaricki. Any further comments from any council member on 9321? Hearing none, clerk, will you please take the roll?
Yes.
File.
Aye.
Ms. Hess.
Yes.
Mr. Floyd.
Yes.
Mr. Kanaricki.
Yes.
Mr. Root.
Yes.
Mr. Krasinski.
Yes.
Mr. Morton.
Yes.
Motion carries 8-0.
Thank you. Let the record show that bill number 9321 passed by a vote of 8-0. Clerk, will you please read the next bill, bill number 9421?
9421 is an ordinance appropriating monies for the purpose herein specified for the several departments herein listed as St. Joseph County Government Emergency Rental.
Ms. Hess, committee report, please.
Mr. President, Bill number 9421 comes with the full council with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you. Petitioner?
This is John Murphy from the auditor's office. This is Emergency Rental Assistance Fund number 2. The Emergency ERA Fund number 1 is actually going to be probably spent all of this year. And we're starting on spending Emergency Rental Assistance number 2. We received a payment of $2,575,000 on May 12th. And so we want to appropriate that money, and it's going into these categories. Obviously, the largest component, other than administrative cost of Corey and some of her team and some legal costs, is for rental assistance. 1.8 million will be distributed. She hopes to get the vast majority of this money also distributed this year in 2021. The total grant is $6.4 million. So that will mean there'll be other opportunities to spend some money in 2022 as well for ERA. Be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Any questions from council for Mr. Murphy? Hearing none, we'll open a public hearing on bill number 9421. Does anyone wish to speak in favor of this bill? Does anyone wish to speak in opposition of the bill? Hearing none, the public hearing is now closed. Do I hear a motion?
Move passage.
Second.
Motion to pass bill number 9421 is made by Councilman Kanaricki, was seconded by Councilwoman Hess. Any further comments from council on this bill? Hearing none, clerk, will you please take the roll?
Mr. File.
Aye.
Ms. Hess.
Yes.
Mr. Taloyan.
Yes.
Mr. Kanaricki.
Yes.
Mr. Root. Mr. Krasinski. Mr. Nolan.
Yes.
Mr. Morton.
Yes.
Motion carries 8-0.
Thank you. Let the record show that bill number 9421 was passed by a vote of 8-0. Clerk, will you please read the next bill, bill number 6521?
6521, an ordinance to vacate a public way or public place located wholly within the unincorporated portion of St. Joseph County, public way or public place located at that 735 segment of Nikar Road, the center line of which is the north line of the southeast quarter of the Section 20, Township 36, North Range East, beginning at the northwest corner of the southeast quarter of said section of extending 735 feet east along the north line of the southeast quarter, Section 20, Township 36, Range 3 East. Petitioner RRG Farms LLC, Nikar Road, Bremen.
Mr. Nolan, committee report, please.
Mr. President, bill number 65-21 comes to the full council with a favorable recommendation. It was previously, we had already had the public hearing. Correct. So we wouldn't necessarily have to do that now, but I, at the previous meeting, requested that the participants go back and work together and come back with a plan. So I would ask that we hear what the results of that are.
Okay, just so we're clear, like Mr. Nolan already said, the public hearing has already happened, so we just need kind of an update on what's going on with the participants.
Peter J. Agostino, attorney, offices at 131 South Taylor Street, South Bend, Indiana. 2 points before I get into the answer here. One, whether you did it intentionally or not, I think you proved tonight why you might need a pay raise for doing your job. Secondly, can I get a note to my wife to explain why I'm getting home so late?
You're out drinking.
I'm gonna spray you with perfume on your way out.
So here we are. There was a request for us to see if we can come up with an agreement. And unfortunately, I cannot produce for you a signed agreement. I think the stumbling block in that process, frankly, was agreeing what the use is. My client is here tonight. He remains willing to commit to any kind of recorded document that allows his brother Clyde James to use the vacated portion for farming purposes. I think one of the issues that came up in the discussion about what is farming purposes, we think it's bringing your plowing equipment and your tractors and turning the soil, planting and harvesting. We don't think that it includes taking a pickup truck and driving down the road or using a four-wheeler. You can go down Osborne Road to do that. There's over 1,500 feet of access on Osborne Road that Mr. Clyde James can use. And so while there was a request for us to do that, and I appreciate that, and I am in favor of compromise whenever that can be reached, we did make attempts to do that. I spoke with and communicated with Mr. Richard Nussbaum. He may be on line tonight as well. I can't think of a better person to try and compromise with than Mr. Nussbaum, but we don't have a written agreement. We are willing, though, to commit to allow Mr. James to continue to use the vacated portion to go to his farm. And that takes away any inconvenience that he may have. All other reasons for objecting or claiming that the vacation should not go through do not exist here. The report from planning showed that. We don't hinder any access to church or school or other public building by vacating the area. We don't hinder the use of a public way by the neighborhood in any way.
Yeah.
We don't interfere with orderly development of any neighborhood. Those are the statutory factors. The only one to consider is whether the vacation would cause difficulty or inconvenience. And since we're willing to let Mr. Clyde James use the property for farming purposes, we don't even think that factor exists. So, and I also would like to add that I did not view getting an agreement as a condition for getting a petition for vacation granted. And the reason I did not view it that way is because that would give all the power to one person. And I cannot think of anything that is less democratic than that. I appreciate the effort to reach compromise. I made that effort. The fact that we were not able to produce a written agreement, however, does not change the grounds for the petition, which are valid. And with the caveat or the condition that we are willing to let Mr. Clyde James access the property, we believe the petition should be granted. I can answer any questions.
Any questions from council, from Mr. Augustino? Thank you. Point of order, Mr. Triple. Like Mr. Nolan stated, we have already had the public hearing, but I see that Mr. Nussbaum wants to speak. Okay. I just want to make sure it was okay as far as protocol. Okay. All right, Mr. Nussbaum?
Thank you, Mr. President. I will state.
If I could interrupt.
Hold on,
one time.
Mr. Nussbaum, hold on.
Before that, I would also offer if the petitioner has anything to add to what your counsel said, you should have that opportunity. Any other time. He has said that my brother back here, we've sold the farm.
Please, sir, please state your name and address for the record.
I'm Glenn James. I live at 17396 Osborne Road. And I bought the farm with my brother Dick. And we've had some problems here, but we need to vacate this farm because there's the lane there. We've had break-ins, we've had problems and everything, people coming and going late at night, coming in. We've had windows broken into, and Clyde is saying that it's inconvenience for him to farm his property. He owns 1,500 feet of property on Osborne Road. I drive from my property is directly across from the farm that we're trying to vacate this road. I drive, it takes me 15 minutes to drive around with my tractor because I farm that 62 acres that this property that we want to vacate this road on. It takes me 15 minutes to get around. He says it's an inconvenience. If you draw from Nycar Road to Osborne Road is the only part on 331 where there is a 12-foot berm on each side where he can pull out, and I do also from Nycar Road, stay on that berm. I'm not even on 331. I come down and I turn on Osborne Road. And when you come back, he's made a statement that he'd cause accidents and everything if he had to stop in 331 to make a turn. He doesn't have to. All he has to do is cross 331. On the other side is another 12-foot berm all the way up to Nycar Road. He can stop. You can see a half mile either way for traffic because it curves right there. You can see. Cross that road, you go 200 feet. There is a lane behind his property. He never has to stop on 331. That may cause an accident. So I'd like to get this vacated. We've got problems with people coming there all day, late at night, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, break-ins and everything. And I want it vacated. You know, if the county is not gonna maintain it, because it's an old dirt path now, and I just, vacate it. Because they're not maintaining it, and if something happens to it, who's gonna be liable, the county, or am I gonna be held liable? So if we just get it vacated and it reverts back to have that road will be mine, and the other half will be Richard Smith's. So that's all I got to say. There's no inconvenience to him because I farm that 62 acres. It only takes me 15 minutes to go from my property. I can go up to Osborne Road or take Osborne to Miami to Newt, and come back to Hickory Road. Or I can take Osborne Road, cross 331, got a 12-foot berm all the way up to Nycar and come back. There's no safety issue there. I got one of the biggest combines there is. I got straddle duals, and from outside to outside is 18 feet. So if I can do this safely, he can have it safely. And it only takes 15 minutes to travel on the property.
Thank you.
And Peter Augustino again, and one of the other members of the petitioner is Richard James, who lives at the house on Nycar Road. He's written a statement and just confirming that he's had to call the police at night. He's had to encounter traffic at night. He's endured break-ins into the barn. There's been bonfires, lovers lane activity, and other things happening late at night that he's experienced. So I'm not going to read it word for word, but that's the gist, that he does experience problems with people coming down that roadway.
Thank you. Mr. Newsbaum?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to try to be respectful of the fact that you've closed the public hearing. So, there are aspects of what's been said that had this not been the close of public hearing that I would take exception to. But what I want to say is that Pete and I attempted to work out an arrangement, and there were a couple of obstacles to that. Number one, Mr. Schmidt, who is the adjacent owner to the vacated property on the north side, where the petitioner's on the south side, he was not inclined to sign anything at all. He wanted to keep the status quo, didn't want to get in the middle of what is basically a family dispute. And so it's difficult to get an agreement when one of the parties that would have to sign the agreement won't sign the agreement. I would also say that, and again, I'm not trying to criticize Pete. I think he did a very good job of trying to reach an agreement. But one of the problems that we had with the agreement was that it provided for very limited time for farming, and it had limitations on the timing from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. and it limited it to the last week in April, the first week of May, and 2 weeks in October. In my view, that is not allowing us access to farming. Now, if they're willing to be more reasonable with regard to that, we might have been able to get an agreement on it. However, I was unsuccessful in getting Mr. Schmidt to sign any kind of agreement. We do think, and I know that Mr. James sent information to each of you. We do think it would be a safety issue. We do think that some of the problems that have been mentioned, I haven't seen what Mr. Richard James said that Pete just mentioned. We think that is not as serious as what has been represented to the council, and certainly not when you're measuring the equities here on something that's occurred for many years. And the safety issues with putting farm equipment that doesn't need to be on 331, we believe that this vacation should be denied.
Thank you. Question, Mr. Newsbaum?
Yes.
Did I hear you correctly when you said the access was just granted certain times of the year?
The access was granted. This was what the agreement stated. It was limited to the hours of 8 a.m. through 6 p.m. And it was also limited during that period of time, that limited period of time during the day, last week in April, first week in May, 2 weeks in October.
Okay, that doesn't sound like much access.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm against what they're saying to you. You farm by.
Sir, could you state your name and address for the record?
I'm Clyde James, 64299 State Road 331, South Bend, Indiana. This is a family dispute. That's all it is. But nature tells you when you can farm. What they gave to me was just saying, just stay off the road. I've caused them no problems. It's been that way since 1887. Everybody's been using that road. My dad and I maintained it. I seen one of the cars there on our cameras. We have cameras around the whole facility, everywhere. We can see what's going on. What they say, bonfires, parties, lovers lane, that's way out in the sticks. People don't use it for that. Problem is, Google has it on my dirt road from Nightcar Road to Osborne. They have it as a road. So if we could get the engineers to get that off of Google, no problem. And we've had one UPS truck and one FedEx truck this whole year on that road, except the red car, one of these council members that went back there the other day. We seen you on that. Goes right to our cell phone. So whoever that was driving back there, you drove clear back to our honeybee shack in the woods, came back, turned around, went out. I believe it was you. Maybe not. But, and if we put a stop sign over the no outlet down by Hickory Road, that would stop people right then. And the other thing, these guys are grain farmers. Everything they got is high speed. I make over 4,000 to 5,000 to 6,000 bales of hay and straw a year off that farm. We go down the road on Nightcar Road at 10 to 15 miles an hour. They're talking about a berm on the other side of 331, right? So I go down Osborne, I gotta stop. I gotta wait for the trash trucks going out the landfill at Shively Road, cement trucks going north to Mishawaka, cars and semis going back and forth to Bremen, Mishawaka, to cross with 60-foot or 40-foot of wagons and a tractor going 10, 15 miles an hour onto the other side. And then I go up the road and I gotta stop on a hill and wait for a break in the traffic to go back Nightcar Road to my 200-foot, to go into my lane behind my farm, to go in my shed. They want me killed. That's ridiculous and insane. You can't do that with machinery going that slow. Yeah, if you're getting a semi like they've got, you go 40, 50 miles an hour down the road there, you get a break in the traffic, you speed right out there and you're gone. You don't do the tractor and two hay wagons. It don't work that way. They're grain farmers. I'm a hay farmer. I raise straw, hay, and wheat. So that's the difference in operations. If they get it off the Google, that road, problem solved. Put a stop sign up on the no outlet down by Hickory Road. And then everything's solved. But it's just a family dispute. They're mad at me yet for something. I don't know. But to bring you guys into this is sad and ridiculous, but it's public safety. If I have to use 331 with my slow moving equipment, people are going to get hurt.
Thank you.
That's what I got to say.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Augustino, you said you were going to make a clarification to the limited time period and access.
First of all, I don't think it's fair to get into the details of negotiating, but because there is back and forth when this happens. However, the point, which is what I made earlier, was defining farming operations. We are fine with farming operations. Generally, within 2 weeks in the fall and 2 weeks in the spring, you can do all the planning and all the harvesting that you need to do. We suggest that if there was flexibility was needed, that Mr. Clyde James would communicate with Kathy James so he wouldn't have to talk to his brother, because apparently the brothers don't communicate well. So it wasn't such a hard ass line in the sand here about that. It was something meant to be reasonable for the purpose for which this makes sense, for farming. And we stand by that. We are willing to let Mr. Clyde James make use of the vacated area for farming operations, not to take a Sunday stroll in his pickup truck or his four-wheeler to mess around. Farming operations. You think 2 weeks in the fall and 2 weeks in the spring is not enough? Make it 3 weeks, make it a month. That's plenty. But farming operations, that's what's fair. And there isn't a single thing in the statute that governs this that says with that allowance that he's inconvenienced, because he's not. 1,500 feet on Osborne Road that he can use. And he can continue to use this for farming operations. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Nolan?
I would just ask Mr. Taloyan if he has any strong feelings.
Yes, thank you. Here we have Glenn and Dick James, who are represented by Mr. Augustino. They want the road vacated. But we have other citizens, Clyde James, Mr. Schmidt, who used the road and oppose the vacation and want to keep the status quo. In my opinion, we should not agree to a vacation if there are citizens who still want to use the road.
That's almost precisely my take on this. I've never voted for a vacation unless all of the parties were in agreement. All of the affected parties. And you can argue, the side may argue whether or not they're affected, but I think they absolutely are.
Any other comments? Mr. Canareki?
Thank you. Abby, I sent you an email in the 11th hour, just kind of checking up on the status of removing this from the navigation sites. Do we know any more about that?
Yes, and I did reply. I don't know if you got it.
I didn't. I'm sorry. I was busy talking about other stuff.
That question came up at the meeting, the first time it was heard. We did reach out to our GIS folks. We don't do any kind of reporting to Google. They either use the data that we provide to the state. We don't have like a communication channel that is specifically between the county or like a public agency. You can report an error, like a road that's missing or an error to Google, just like any citizen can do it. And there's like a portal online that you can go through to do that.
So when I was looking at the GIS, there are several layers of data that you can look at.
Mhm.
And the two that seem to define a road were the road center line layer and just what's called the base map. And the base map shows Nycar Road ending, but the road center line map shows the road center line following Nycar to the end and just keep on strolling back down to Osborne Road. So maybe Google, we don't tell them what the roads are, they just pull that public data, but if they're using that center line data.
Right. You had asked about that in your email as well, and we are not showing it as dedicated in our system. It's dedicated to a point, and I confirmed this with John McNamara, the county surveyor, a half a mile west of the of Hickory Road.
But then nothing turns to the south, I think it'd be?
No, but you're correct. It is showing, that's what Sky and I were discussing prior to me coming up. And you can, Google will take you down. So I would suggest that the petitioner, through the public way that they can submit something for correction to Google, that he do that.
Okay.
I don't know that that will fix the problem, but there is a way that you can do it. And I sent you the link as well.
Oh, great. Thank you. I'll look at
Yep.
that. Thank you. Thanks for getting that information.
Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, may I have a motion on bill number 6521?
Mr. President,
Mr. Taloy?
I would move that we once again table this issue and encourage the parties to reach an agreement for a full license for Clyde James and anyone else who needs it to use this road.
Is there a second for that motion? Sure. There's a motion and a second on the floor to table bill number 6521 till both parties come to an agreement. Any other comments from any council member on that motion or on 6521 in general? Hearing none, clerk, will you please take the roll?
Yes, what am I?
I'm sorry about that.
The motion is to table it.
Yes,
Ms. Hess,
yes.
Mr. Tloyan,
Yes.
Mr. Mr. Kenricky,
Yes.
Mr. Root, Mr. Krasinski,
Yes.
Mr. Nolan,
Yes.
Mr. File,
Aye.
Mr. Morton.
Yes.
Motion carries 8-0 to table.
Thank you. Let the record show that bill number 6521. Vote is to table it 9-0, past 9-0, 8-0. I'm sorry. Thank you, sir. That concludes the hearing for this evening. Next on the agenda, miscellaneous items. Hearing none. Next on the agenda is unfinished business. Hearing none. Next on the agenda is new business. Hearing none. Next on the agenda is privilege of the floor, limited to 3 minutes on any item not on tonight's agenda. Next item is a motion to adjourn. Do I hear a second? All in favor? Opposed?
Aye.
Well, maybe we should keep going.
You have one of those
Meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
calls. Yeah.